I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is it working?
It is.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Madam Clerk, would you, I'm sorry, do the roll call?
Certainly.
Please.
Alexis Hill is absent. Vice Chair Jean Herman.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Mari Luis Garcia.
Here.
Claire Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant DA Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Gallison, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all your help. The item 3 will be public comment.
Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments that are to be made to the commission as a whole. Virtual public comment eligible when facilities are available.
Thank you very much.
First up, we have William Mantle, followed by Lori Rye. Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. William Mantle for the record. Good morning, Commissioners. It has been 2 months since I submitted my Corn Ferry report to you, and after my last appearance, Manager Brown graciously facilitated a meeting to discuss my Corn Ferry concerns. The meeting was professional, but none of the concerns raised have been addressed. The compensation structure of a merit system is the format in which seniority and dedication to an organization is appreciated. Before Corn Ferry's implementation, there were some exceptions made to seniority due to accelerated pay requests, but now there are wanton exceptions throughout our organization. I know the implementation of Corn Ferry has been a massive, complex undertaking, but that cannot be an excuse to accept inferior outcomes. You all declared under County Code 5.095 that uniform salary and wage rates and classifications are necessary for an effective and efficient personnel system. What does it take to have a formal discussion of these concerns? As I was told that my unwillingness to accept the position of HR is not cause to affect any change, our organization would defend an outcome where an employee of 29 years could get paid less than an employee with 6 years of the same pay grade because of when their merit date fell, and I feel like that is wrong. A merit system shouldn't be based on luck. There shouldn't be lucky or unlucky individuals, no winners or losers, and yet there are. I was told the reason is because they had to choose a date, and not everyone can be happy and satisfied, and this was a complex undertaking. Except for one simple issue, our leadership declined to honor people's merit years after implementing these changes. How would you personally feel if you had worked for Washoe County for 3 years and found that you were earning the same as someone with less than a year of experience? That's just one problem with our merit system now. And I presented a number of these to you in a personal email prior to this meeting. But specifically, I wanted to reach out about employees who received changes to their salaries due to the minimum salary moving up had their anniversary date changed, even though employees who were put into a completely new salary range, such that their previous maximum was now below their new minimum, did not have their merit anniversary dates changed. And those people subsequently received an immediate 10% salary increase. So individuals who received a 10% salary increase and have a new minimum above their maximum were treated far better than individuals who were below the new minimum, who'd been working for the county, received maybe more than a 5% and have a whole new merit anniversary date, which means that a year of work can simply be washed away. Goodbye. Sorry. That's not fair to me. And I think these do bear consideration and further discussion. Thank you.
Lori Rye.
Good morning. My name is Lori Ray. I'm here on behalf of our nonprofit organization, Scenic Nevada, whose mission it is to help preserve, protect, and enhance the scenic character of Nevada. Later today, Commissioners, you will hold a public hearing on Agenda Item 12 on whether to renew a proposed 3-year lease with Lamar Companies to either keep an existing billboard on county-owned land or refuse and have it removed. Scenic Nevada is opposed to granting a new lease to Lamar. Billboards are nothing more than eyesores that diminish scenic vistas and create a negative impact on the character of Washoe County communities. We urge you to consider the billboard bans that exist in the county and in the city of Reno today. The sign was erected before the billboard bans were enacted and is legally allowed to remain unless you decide otherwise. But it doesn't make much sense to sign a lease in a county where neither jurisdiction, Washoe nor Reno, permit new ones with the expectation that the numbers will diminish over time for various reasons, including losing a lease. In both jurisdictions, residents supported the billboard bans. Almost 60% of Reno voters approved the ban on new billboard construction in 2000. And in 2014, the County Commission obliged more than 400 people who signed Scenic Nevada's petition to continue the ban in Washoe County. Here's a chance to have one removed at no expense to the taxpayers. The billboard is located within the Reno city limits on a parcel of land that was private property. The land was acquired by the city and then donated to the county for the CARES Campus homeless shelter. The county assumed the lease as part of acceptance of the property, but it expired May 31st, and now is the time to have the sign removed. Because the billboard is in Reno, city sign codes apply, but we think the county's code should help you decide the right course. Besides the billboard ban, Washoe's code also prohibits signs on public property owned by the county. The goals of the sign code, according to the purpose section, say the county should promote signs that are aesthetically pleasing and compatible with scenic views, and to limit signs on county property to locational, directional, traffic control, and public safety. Of course, in both jurisdictions, as the property owner, you have the option to deny a new lease and have the billboard removed. Leases all have terminations. Coming to the end of a lease is a common occurrence for business owners. So entering into a new lease for a billboard on public land where our county's code says no new billboards are allowed is against public policy. Lamar is a national outdoor advertising company that can continue enhancing its revenue stream by signing a new lease to put its billboard in a city where new billboards are welcome. Conversely, the lease income is a drop in the county's revenue bucket. Please consider the community's wishes memorialized in county and city codes and do not perpetuate the use of this billboard. Thank you.
Scott Finley, followed by Janet Butcher. Yes, please. Thank you.
I have one for each of the commissioners and one for the record.
Okay. I'm distributing a document for Mr. Finley.
Please enter my comment in these documents into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I'm a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field of the United States Air Force. The individuals and entities pushing the Public Lands Management Act masquerade with a veneer of environmentalism when in reality they are nothing more than eco-fascists. These globalist scumbags resort to unscrupulous activities such as having AI bots leave e-comments in an attempt to manipulate how commissioners vote. The Board of County Commissioners must not only the Board of County Commissioners must pass a resolution, and it must make a formal declaration condemning these eco-fascists that bring forth the challenge to steal our land, our heritage. How does this Land Grab Act protect Washoe County's environment when it seeks to take public lands that we already enjoy and then slice and dice it for public land developers? My wife and I live within a 1 minute walk from BLM land. Our property being within such close proximity to public lands is one reason why we decided to move where we did. We take walks out there with our dogs, ride horses, and enjoy the nature of the high desert landscape in all its glory. Many people do. Nature is the original artist, and we enjoy its art. If the Land Grab Act passes, the public land next to us will be turned over to private land developers who will in turn construct commie blocks. Some people drone on and on about how there needs to be affordable housing, but what is affordable housing? It is a nice way of saying low-income housing for the hyper-poor. The simple fact of the matter is, if the only way you can afford to live in an area is by destroying parts of the surrounding environment, then you are not wanted in Washoe County. When it comes to social stability, what we need is quality, not quantity. You cannot have infinite growth in a finite system. Earth is a finite system. Washoe County is a finite system. Do you know what New York did when it ran out of land to spread out on? It reached for the sky and built skyscrapers. If land developers want to protect Washoe County's environment and enhance its economy, then they must do more with less and reach for the sky. If people think the passage of the Public Lands Management Act will be a one and done deal, you are wrong. It will set precedents and green light that all of Nevada's public lands are up for grabs. And eventually, even with more public lands will be handed over to private land developers. Given enough time, there won't be any public lands left in Washoe County for our grandchildren or our grandchildren's grandchildren to enjoy. For these reasons, the Board of County Commissioners must pass a resolution making a formal declaration condemning these eco-fascists that bring forth the challenge to steal our land, our heritage. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Valerie Fiannaca.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments verbatim into the minutes. Merry Christmas. I have a Christmas wish list. My wish list is that, or I would like to have the commissioners to vote in favor of the people and not the builders. Stop rezoning, please. I spoke with somebody yesterday who had their beautiful view of Mount Rose destroyed by a warehouse. People buy their property to be in a particular area, to have a particular thing. If you buy a house next to a warehouse, okay, fine, you know it. But when you buy a house and it's all residential and all of a sudden it's rezoned. Also on my Christmas wish list is I'd like to see paper ballots. I also would love to see Commissioner Herman's resolution for election integrity put back on the agenda, but put back on the agenda as she presented it to the board. Also, too, I'd like to have all of these consent items that are grouped together. I don't mind grouping to a certain aspect, but I think that some of the groups don't belong together. You know, which one of these, you know, that game we used to play, which one of these things don't belong together? And so you globally, just if you vote for one, you end up voting for all of them. Today, I'm hoping that 7C1 and 7C2 are taken out of the consent items and talked about by themselves. Thank you.
Valerie Fiannaca, followed by Cliff Nellis. Okay. And there are handouts to be distributed to the board.
Is our other commissioner? There he is. Valerie Fiannaca, for the record, here again to discuss the library. I know most of you don't want to hear about it again, but here I am. Since our last meeting, I realized that I and other citizens, multiple other citizens, had lost the privilege of attending library events. We weren't notified about it. We found out about it accidentally when we tried to sign up to go to a musical event. No written notification was given to any of us. I've retained an attorney. His letter to DA Kaplan has been given to all of you. I'm fairly certain that this will result in a lawsuit. I've warned you guys twice now. I asked last meeting how far you were willing to let this go. I'm again asking, how far does this need to go? I'm willing to stay in the fight, and I'm wondering if you all are. I'm pretty sure you are, because you're fighting with my money. For your edification and information, I've copied also the ALA Winter Wish List and Gift Guide. This is a totally Marxist organization, and we now have a library run by a person who espouses all the principles of the ALA. I think you'll find, if you take the time to read through that the books on that list that they want the librarians to read are shocking. And it's not from me. It's not coming out from any right-wing kind of organization. It's put out by the ALA. So if you want to know what our librarians are learning and where they're getting their information from, please take the time to read that paper. And also, I would like you to read the letter that my attorney sent, because I'm not asking for much. I want my library privileges back, and an apology would be nice. It's not hard. It's really not a hard ask, I don't think.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Hello, my name is Cliff Nellis, 48-year resident of Washoe County, and I want to thank you guys for letting me back here at the beginning of the meeting. I don't have time to sit here all day. Hi, Mary-Liz. And yeah, I just have a few comments to make. The first one will be on the manager getting a pay increase. I don't think that we should be giving him this pay increase. As a matter of fact, I think we should be giving him a pay cut. I think $150,000 a year is good enough, and I think he would, if you cut his pay to $150,000, I think he'd still be working for us, because he is a Democrat Party operative. Our election system is a operation of the Democrat Party, and the ROV is a former Reed staffer, and we want our elections back. We want paper ballots, we want one-day elections, and we want voter ID. That's what we want, because otherwise we don't have a democracy. Or, you know, actually it's a constitutional republic nationwide, but yeah, our elections mean absolutely nothing. We know the machines are choosing these things. We know that on those questions like the ranked choice voting, that, you know, 70% of Democrats and like 90% of Republicans are against it, somehow it passed. And we can't see the numbers. And then when you guys do a recount, what do? You just run it through the machines again. We don't trust the machines. We know the machines are corrupt. Now, if you really wanted to gain our confidence back, you would hand count the ballots with human eyes and take those little rolls that print out, you know, and hand count those too. And I think you would come up with different numbers when there's a recount. But in the meantime, let's go to paper ballots. I mean, it can be done very quickly and easily, you know. And we don't have to centralize everything down here, make it super complicated. And we can just have the ballot counting done at the precinct level by whatever party wants to be doing the counting, you know, both Democrat and Republican, have representatives from both. And then it will be counted, you know, and verified, and then sent down here, and they can just total the numbers. I've talked about that before. The other thing, I've sent a message to all the commissioners about Mr. Jeff Scott. He is a radical leftist. We don't want him on the county board anymore, and I know you don't vote that yourselves, but I would like you to maybe tell the library board, hey, can you guys give us a new one? I mean, he was in 2015 and 16, he was kicked out of Berkeley by MoveOn.org, you know, which is not a right-wing organization, because he was a buck burner, and he's been there for 8 years. He's trying to change our culture and our traditions into a bunch of wokers, I guess, or something, and he's trying to do that with our children. And we do not want that. We will not accept that. Thank you.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Roger Edwards.
Okay, Nicholas St. John. I know it's been a while since I've been here, so I don't make it a big point to come in here unless I have enough things to say. And so this is the list of things I'd like to start with. First of all, according to the rules of procedures for the board, any commissioner can bring an item and have it put on the agenda. In doing so, there's only two criteria. One is that it's legal, which means they have to run it through the district attorney's office. And second, it has to be something that's within your jurisdiction. All of these on this list and the ones that we're bringing up, all the ones that Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Herman have brought forth, all meet those criteria, yet we have not seen one single one of them put on the agenda. That means there's somebody who is stonewalling or is unilaterally making a decision for the entire board. That's against the rules of procedure that this board voted on and approved in October of 2022. So maybe Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Herman need to come down here and be on this side of the microphone to make it official about how they're putting what they want items put on the agenda. So about the agenda, I've put in a public records request asking for the release of the newly drawn precincts. Now that I understand that it's been finished, however, they're not releasing that to the public yet. So I have a public records request. I put that in 12 days ago. By law, they have 5 days to answer me. They've never answered. I will be going down there after I get out of here. Next, we need a resolution banning vaccine passports. It's been a long time since we brought that up, but it's still an issue. So we would like a resolution put on the agenda to discuss and consider passing banning vaccine passports for Washoe County. Next, we need to make Washoe County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. I've brought that up a number of times, as well as a number of other constituents and fellow patriots here. Still nothing on the agenda. The creation of the Elections Citizens Advisory Board, that's been brought up, and although it was deemed extremely important a year ago, we have still seen nothing on the agenda to create the Citizens Advisory Board for elections. Can anybody answer why that is? Would it be because someone is interfering with the work of the public and the work of this board? Of course, that's a rhetorical question. And finally, we'd like to know the exact number that's being spent on the CARES campus, and that seems to be all over the map, and so we have no idea what that is. Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by William Stewart. There are documents being distributed for Mr. Edwards.
Good morning, fellow public servants. My name is Roger Edwards. I'm a 50-year resident of Northern Nevada. I'm also a retired general contractor of 18 years and a former 8-year member of and chair of the Washoe County Planning Commission. The requested zoning change that the Gerlach GID will be requesting is totally ridiculous and should be denied out of hand. The GID is not a project developer. Their charter does not give them any authority. Their charter describes how they are to handle land disposition, and that is to put any property they have for sale up for auction to the public. For a public agency that provides services such as water, sewer, electric, roads, and so forth to any parcel of property, to then be a developer of a parcel or parcels would be unfair to any other person who wishes to develop any other parcel. The other person would need to purchase or secure these services at some cost that GID would not incur as when they are the provider. Even beyond that, the basic need for this density change request is unwarranted, as there are many developable lots that remain unsold now and have been available for a long time in Gerlach. Gerlach has not experienced a growth spurt. I visited Gerlach many times. A friend of mine owns 2 lots in town and over 100 acres in or adjacent to the town. We are very aware of the housing needs in this remote township. Gerlach hosts several special events such as Burning Man and others. These events do not justify the density increase. If the GID wants to encourage special event housing, they can make special allowances for the parcels they should be auctioning off. So once again, as a retired general contractor and as a retired chair of the Planning Commission, I request this commission deny the request for zoning changes that will be brought forward by the Gerlach GID. Thank you. Also, I too want Commissioner Herman's resolution brought forward. It just makes sense when we all need to discuss it. And my mind just boggled that you folks as elected officials can't things brought forward to the public without, what do you call it, feet dragging by the manager. You guys are our representatives. We voted to have you in those chairs, and we want you to represent us. And if you got anything you want to have heard, you should be able to just say, this is what I want to have, at least for discussion, for common sense sakes. We all need to hear it, okay? Thank you.
William Stewart, followed by Dale Smith.
Good morning again. Once again, William T. Stewart for the record. First of all, I want to say thank you again for your guys' service to the county. And then, as it says up here, working together regionally, you guys have actually gotten something going so far as dispatch. I've been talking about that for years. 911 calls that come in, they should not go to 4 or 5 different agencies. They should go to one public safety access point, and that's what you guys are going to be doing. It's not going to be until 2025, so we're going to have to wait a while, but at least that's going forward, so I commend you for that. One of the things I wanted to show from I talked about last time, this is your assessor's map, and it talks about, this is the Arrow Creek subdivision. This is U.S. Forest Service in the border. And then when we go to the next page, that's U.S. Forest Service as well, the boundaries, Arrow Creek. I talked to you guys previously about working with the Forest Service, trying to get more money for us locally. Arrow Creek has done a fantastic job. They started their own Firewise program that I've talked numerous times about. They also have their own committee, and they do evacuation routes, working with the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. They have a good plan in place. One of the things we need to do is bring that throughout the county. Somerset, I just said, previous message, $3.2 million that the feds were able to give them for evacuation routes, having a plan. We continue to build more and more communities on whether it's Peavine Mountain or on Arrow Creek or in the wildland urban interface where there's problems because of fire and weather. We know that there's all kinds of fires every year. Last year we didn't have any, thank God, but every year it's a problem that we need to address. And then I think I have, and this is your guys' parcel. This is Washoe County's land that basically surrounds Arrow Creek. And if Arrow Creek's doing their due diligence, I ask the county to do theirs, to take a look at your land that you own and do your due diligence to make sure if a fire starts, whether it's a lightning strike or human-caused strike, that you guys take care of your property. Because if you don't, and that fire starts on Washoe County land and it blows into Arrow Creek, who's going to be on the hook for that? Probably the taxpayers. So one of the other things I wanted to bring to your attention, this is a fire that took place not too long ago. I don't know if you can see that very well, but this is in Lahaina. The whole community was wiped out. This house stood as a testament to wildland defensible space. You look around there, everything else has been taken out. And if it can happen in Hawaii, it can happen here. So all I'm asking is to make sure that you can talk to our elected officials above you, our state and federal officials, getting more money to whether it's Arrow Creek, Somerset, Montrose, all the communities throughout Washoe County to have a plan, talk about evacuation routes, where are they going to go, do they have a plan, and all the rest of the stuff we've been talking about. And I just ask and I beg of you to make that happen. If you have any questions, please feel free to. And the last thing is, this is an insurance article talking about the insurance market that's going to collapse. And I'll pass these out to you as well. The insurance companies are getting out of the business of protecting because of fire. They're leaving California in droves. State Farm and Farmers has already left. It's only going to happen here sooner. And it's happening also up at Lake Tahoe right now. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your service. God bless.
Dale Smith, followed by Penny Brock. Dale Smith.
Good morning. I apologize for not having anything published for you folks because I thought I was going to be speaking to an agenda item that was today. So I'll be speaking extemporaneously. This addresses the gentrification of rural agricultural land. Specifically, I would be talking about the Pair of Aces Ranch. I have no connection with them other than as a user. When you wind up looking at northern Nevada and what brings people into northern Nevada, it's not just gaming. It's not coming to ski. We have a rodeo in town. It's one of the largest rodeos in the world, and particularly the United States, we have to train these people, and that's just for Western riding. When you wind up looking at all the facets of horsemanship, you've got dressage and eventing and jumping, and those all are Olympic sports. And how do you wind up training these people? You've got kids that need to learn how to be horsemen. And you wind up doing that at private ranches and private training facilities. And if we wind up taking a business that is currently being utilized and it is shut down based on not being a rural or a gentrified subdivision, but happens to be involved in agriculture, that's what horsemanship is. What I'm asking you folks to do is, if we have somebody that was already in horsemanship or a ranch or agriculture, and somebody wants to build on that property, don't change their zoning, the zoning for their property. That's their livelihood. It's much like when somebody builds a whole subdivision and puts it at the end of a runway, and then are surprised by the fact that there's noise from airplanes flying overhead. Well, the airfield was there first. So if somebody wants to build in a ranched area, they should note the fact that it's a ranch. And it was a ranch, and it's going to still be a ranch. You may have traffic that's on your property or out on your main street that is involved with pulling horses. What I ask you to do is please consider the fact that these are businesses, and as the public, we wind up utilizing them. And we need this kind of training to be able to bring forth all the kids that can wind up becoming horsemen in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Penny Brock, followed by Jill Dobbs.
Penny Brock, for the record, please put my comments and handouts in the record. The county commissioners can vote to require we vote by paper ballots only and hand count. This would include the mail ballots also. So it's not too late. AB 321, passed in 2021, does not mandate paper ballots or hand count. It requires mail-in ballots, yes, but not paper ballots or hand count of all ballots, including mail-in ballots. Nevada laws allows each county to decide the process for voting, which includes voting by paper ballots and hand counting the ballots. Mail-in ballots are mandated, but if do not have the Dominion voting machines for counting, the mail-in ballots go to the precinct and would be hand counted after the polls close on election day along with the other paper ballots. Same goes for the early voting ballots. Nye County got rid of their Dominion voting machines in 2022 and voted only by paper ballots and hand count. The Democrats were furious, and in the 2023 legislature, they attempted to require electronic voting machines only with AB 242. No freedom in the voting process. Republicans did not support it, and the Republican governor vetoed the bill when it reached his desk. Therefore, we still have the freedom to decide how we will vote. Washoe County commissioners are to vote on the voting method in elections. And yet, this has been determined by the county manager. The county commissioners should vote. It should be on the agenda for you to vote on our voting method. So there was an article in the Nevada Independent about AB 242 and what happened with that. Now, the electronic voting machines are under scrutiny in court systems throughout America, and many of these are Democrat judges that are concerned. Last meeting, I told you about the judge, the federal judge appointed by Obama, that has said in Atlanta she doesn't want these Dominion voting machines because there's too much evidence that proves there's huge problems with the Dominion voting machine in Georgia. So there's going to be more determination about that in January. Also, an investigation in Washington, D.C. found that there was 131% more of eligible voters. How can you have 31% more than 100% of your voters? Do we have this going on in Washoe County? We've been asking that.
Jill Dobbs, followed by Paul White.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with the Board of County Commissioners today. There are concerning developments and trends related to homeless pet life-saving in Washoe County. And while I may be just one person standing before you here today, there are thousands of your constituents who are deeply concerned. The professional services agreement may be a bilateral agreement between Washoe County Regional Animal Services and Nevada Humane Society, but it directly impacts dozens of other organizations and our entire community. And our community will be stuck with the PSA for decades, long after current leadership is gone. As a former member of the advisory board for Washoe County Regional Animal Services, I'm well aware of the PSA's ambiguities and shortcomings, and my knowledge is compounded as the executive director of SPCA of Northern Nevada, which is Washoe County Regional Animal Services' second largest adoption partner. Yet there has been no public updates on where the PSA stands, whether it is to be revised, or how the current ambiguities will be interpreted. Please agendize the professional services agreement between Washoe County Regional Animal Services and the Nevada Humane Society to explain how the public will be informed and updated and given their right of involvement in the process. Thank you very much.
Paul White, followed by Mark Newman.
Paul White with educationcrusade.org. I'd like to ask Commissioners Herman and Clark to please put me on an agenda item in the near future for what's going terribly wrong with the homeless plan and the alternative one that our organization has that's worked. I've worked with homeless for over 50 years in 6 major cities. What's going on here? I can't believe that you know about it, and that's why we need an agenda item. The tent is ridiculous. It is a warehouse for all able-bodied men who are not required to stop using drugs or alcohol, who are not required to work, who are not required to do anything. And so when the committees are not letting you go in there under the pretense that they need privacy, that's just a total lie. They don't let you go in there because it's a total horror show. I couldn't get a tour in there for anything, so I went in there undercover. I can vouch firsthand, it's a mess. First year in the tent, they did $1 million worth of damage to it. Let me tell you about one that they consider a success, getting someone, quote, off the street. This man I know, I approached him less than 2 years ago, offered him 48 hours, get him off the street, and have a place and have a job if he was willing to stop using a lifelong meth habit. He had no interest whatsoever. That's okay. Safe Camp took care of him, put him in an apartment recently over by Keystone where he has paid transportation, food, no obligation at all. What's his rent? $4. And he pays $6 for his electric bill. He has close to $1,000 or more a month. You look at 4th Street and you'd say, gosh, looks like they've cleaned up 4th Street. No, they didn't at all. The police just went over and the social workers and told them we just need to relocate you down by the river just to continue to illegally camp, but it just looks better to most people. We have a plan that's worked, and it would require nothing. We've just got to get away from this idea that somehow we are helping our homeless problem when we're taking federal money that does not require sobriety and does not require employment. And these people are capable of this. It's helping no one. It's helping the ones out on, in 50 years, working with literally thousands of homeless. The total number of what I call legitimate homeless, described as someone who is doing everything they can to help themselves and is not able to get help. In 50 years, folks, I've met zero. There's nobody legitimately homeless in this county who's doing everything they can to help themselves and still just can't seem to get their life going. I'd welcome the opportunity for a short agenda item to share you an alternative plan from Education Crusade.
Mark Newman, followed by Janet Nelson. And I do have a document to distribute to the board from Mr. Newman. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Newman. First, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to Commissioners, staff, and all the communities, members of Washoe County. Today, I'm here to talk about senior services, elderly services. They printed out a new pamphlet. I gave it to you guys. There's all kinds of information for seniors and different stuff for seniors within the county, and very informative information. The pamphlets are available at the Senior Center, which is right across the parking lot. Second thing today is more for Commissioner Andriola. Thank you for having the State Attorney General, and I got your cards. Mark from Deputy Secretary for Elections, and Jamie Leen Rodriguez for the Register of Voters at your Spanish Springs CAB meeting, and Commissioner Herman was there as well. I've been talking with Candy Ramos and also with Jamie and seeing if we can't do a big meeting here and get it out so that all these people that have problems with our elections and what's going on and what the State Attorney General and what is going on with the elections. So maybe it can clear up a little bit of information for everybody if it's brought out, more out. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Janet Nelson, followed by Elise Weatherly.
Good morning. My name is Janet Nelson, and I want to say, first of all, thank you to the board for being front and center on the environment, which I believe is the most important issue of our time. I would like to tell you a little story about how I became an activist in 2021 at the age of 81. When I was younger, I didn't think about climate change. In the 1960s, I was driving an automobile that got 9 miles per gallon. So sorry about that. In that same decade, Silent Spring by Rachel Carson was published. It made us look at how DDT and other pesticides were affecting our environment. The result of that book, plus the citizens' protests that followed, was that those chemicals were banned, and it led eventually to the formation of the EPA. I was a bystander in that fight. I felt that others will take care of all of that for all of us. In 1970, we all celebrated the first Earth Day. It created public awareness, but every year since then, our demand for energy has increased, the burning of fossil fuels and the heat-trapping pollution that comes with it. Al Gore sounded the alarm on global warming in his 2006 documentary, An Inconvenient Truth. Again, our awareness grew, but not much action was taken. Today, we can see with our own eyes the huge storms, the wildfires, the rising sea levels, and the rising temperatures, bringing us all closer to climate disaster. A world where my grandchildren will suffer the consequences. 2 years ago, it finally hit me. I could no longer wait for someone else. I was the one who needed to act. And now I'm an active voice combating climate change on behalf of generations yet to come. I am here today along with other climate activists, and we are watching. It is encouraging to us that Washoe County has a sustainability manager, Mr. Bedford, who plans and coordinates the environmental programs for the county. Your efforts as board members matter. You can improve our environment, you can increase our well-being, and you can save lives. There are many issues that need our attention, but if this one is not addressed, nothing else will matter. Thank you.
Elise Weatherly, followed by Rick Snow.
Good morning. Elise Weatherly. I wanted to let you guys know that I had planned on airing a song that I wrote. I have a project that's almost done with Tom Gordon, inspired amateur production, called Hypocrisy at its Finest, The Bitterness of Betrayal. But I forgot this little element called Wi-Fi, which is not pronounced Wi-Fi, by the way. So what I'm going to do is, most people will not get a copy of that CD. I will be hand-delivering it to one of the assistant district attorneys, hopefully this week, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this too much longer. God knows. So my song is called Blow the Hose Down. HOSE stands for HOAs. We all have issues with our HOAs. I've surveyed everybody. We have issues. Some people will say, well, it's not my job. But you know what? We need to stand together because it's nasty stuff. So here's my song. I found a good home in a bad HOA. Way, hey, blow the hose down. I trusted a realtor with no truth to say. Way, hey, blow the hose down. I got on the board and I followed the law, because I knew what the law was. Way, hey, blow the hose down. Harassment that followed caused me to doubt all. I even doubted Tom Gordon, for Pete's sake. That was the stupidest thing I could have done. Homeowners associations, so they say, way, hey, blow the hose down. I call them homeowners assassins, hey? Because if you get on the board and you do what's right, is Charles Mark Newman still here? You get harassed. You get thrown with a $9,000 fine because of your bad behavior. So I'm going, well, how do I, tell the truth and not exhibit bad behavior? Well, do I follow Christ? What did he do? He called the attorneys at the time sons of the devil, but he was just like kidding, right? No, he was serious. So one of the guys here said, agenda items. Nicholas St. John said, you can't get agenda items. I like the fact that you can do that here, but you can't do them at HOAs. If you're led by a narcissist, you don't get to even speak about anything. So I'm going to just pass along a few words that I've learned. Don't think too highly of yourself, but don't think too little of yourself. If God is for us, who can be against us? We are to overcome evil with good. We are to acknowledge and thank God. And those who say that it doesn't exist, well, eventually you'll find out. All things work for the good of those who love God and are called according to his purpose. Why do I love God? Because he loved me first. I have no other reason. All I will say is that what man intends for evil, God intends for good, and I count on that because we do have environment problems. We have all kinds of stuff. By the way, my background is that I was a ranch girl, and then I moved to Reno to become what? An IT girl. Something is either true or false. Thanks, you guys.
Rick Snow, followed by Bill Miller.
"70 years ago, I went to church, and my teacher taught me, says, do unto others as you'd have others do unto you. I wish this commission would take that little bit of advice and put it to good use. I understand it's a complaint-driven system here at the county. I made a complaint. Took the man about 20 minutes to take that complaint and close the file.
He didn't look up the county codes. He didn't take time to even get out of his truck. So I don't know what's going on at the county commission, but I think somebody needs to look at it and say, we need to do something different. So that's all I have to say for today, and I hope you people take that to task, because when you're sitting up there, you're giving your personal, when you took your office, you gave your personal commission. You raised your right hand and says, I will do my job to the best of my ability. I think you people have more abilities that you need to address and take care of the things that people bring. If they take their time to come down here and complain, I think it behooves you to take your time and make sure that there is an appropriate response to that. Thank you.
Bill Miller, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning and happy holidays. Vice Council Herman, council members, staff, and citizens. I'm Bill Miller, former marketing creative and retired hospice chaplain, here to speak in support of Washoe County's efforts at increasing our environmental sustainability, which is, of course, agenda item 5 today. As many of you know, Reno and Las Vegas are essentially tied for the greatest increase in average annual temperatures in America since the 1970s. Both have increased by over 7 degrees Fahrenheit in just 50 years. And until the underlying cause, human-generated fossil fuel pollution, has been eliminated, this increase will continue unabated. We live in a desert. Indefinitely continuing this rise is not sustainable or survivable. Of course, dirty fossil fuel emissions are a global problem. We can't solve that here in Washoe County all by ourselves. But we can act to mitigate its impact and reduce our share of the pollution causing it. To that end, I congratulate the Council Board for its foresight in creating the Sustainability Manager position and for its support of its work. Change is not easy, and climate crisis is not a pothole. It's mostly abstract and invisible. Tackling a problem like this carries more than a little political risk. And if you take it on and succeed, you're in the unenviable position of proving a negative. Temperature did not increase. We survived. What was all that stress really necessary? You can't win. So I can't thank you enough for taking this risk, facing down an invisible, deadly enemy, and for keeping Washoe County not just livable and sustainable, but beautiful far into the future. Thank you for your time.
Terry Brooks, followed by Barry Levinson.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to address the problem of hunger that I've seen related to homelessness. With the coming of the coronavirus, the price of some foods went up. And with some of the cyber attacks, the price of more foods had gone up. When we have a kitchen to prepare our own food, the price of food is high enough. But when you don't have a kitchen and can't prepare food, you have to rely on pre-prepared stuff. For $1, you could buy 1 pound bag of dried beans, but instead you buy a 1-ounce candy bar because for cooking you don't have the means. And for $1, you could buy a 1 pound bag of rice, but instead you get a 1-ounce bag of potato chips for the same price. You wind up spending a lot more money on a lot less food, and instead of eating a healthy diet, you wind up eating junk food. So during such hard times, I would like to thank for all the food that's been provided by the Northern Nevada Food Bank, and to many local churches and the Catholic Charities too, and to UNR's PAC provisions, just to name a few. When so many people come together to feed those in need, whether it's volunteering or donations, it is a wonderful deed. You are what you eat if you get a chance to eat it. But when it comes to hunger, we need to come together to beat it. Everyone needs to eat. They need food to live. It is good that so many people have the kindness to give. You might think I don't eat very much because I'm not very big. But if you ever watched me eating, you'd know that I eat like a pig. It makes me very sad to see food that is being wasted. When I see it, I can't help but wonder how it would have tasted. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to seeing you all when I think of more to say. Oh, and by the way, I'd also like to say I hope each and every one of you have a happy holiday. Thank you.
Barry Levinson, followed by Mia Zeb.
Hello, good morning. Excuse me, County Commissioners. My name is Barry Levinson, a volunteer with Sierra Club Great Basin Group. I am also a retired chemical engineer and physician and have been living in Washoe County since 2020. Sierra Club is thrilled to see the update on the sustainability program as will be presented by our sustainability manager, Brian Beffert, which was available online. We think it's awesome. We fully support efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from our county in order to meet the challenges of climate change and mitigate its effects as much as possible. These efforts include improvements in energy conservation, electrification of vehicle fleets, ongoing support for greener grid, and support for an urban forestry program. As Brian will point out, we always need to keep in mind environmental justice to benefit marginalized communities as we move forward with these programs. We're also happy to see the county will be making recommendations toward the Nevada Priority Climate Action Plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our county. Most of all, we're so happy to see the creation of the new Office of Sustainability for our county and are in full support of the efforts that Brian has put forth so far. Sierra Club will continue to support all efforts that will improve sustainability in our county. Thank you for your time and efforts in supporting these programs.
Mia Zeb, followed by Olivia Alexander Leader.
Good morning, members of the board. There are many of us here before you today to share our experience of the Korn Ferry compensation study and the major inequities it has caused. Over the last 4 months, many employees affected by Korn Ferry, including myself, have tried to reach out and express our concerns through the proper channels to try and have these inequities corrected. It is the last resort to come to the board as we know how valuable your time is, but we feel like we've run out of options. The policy that affected many newer employees in environmental health services was the implementation of compressing any employees that fell below the new range by bringing them up to the bottom of the new range. EHS trainees were all below this range, which starts at $33.39 an hour. Newer employees were making $31.69, and employees with over a year of experience at $33.28. So what this means is new employees were given a 5.3% increase of $1.70 to meet the bottom of the range, and employees with over 1 year of valuable experience and completed training were given a 0.3% increase of $0.11. Our 5% merit that we earned on our 1 year was effectively erased. Some of the new employees who received the higher increase have now reached their 1 year date and are making 5% more than those employees that had their year anniversary before Korn Ferry. When we inquired about how this could happen and requested for County HR to make adjustments to fix this issue, we were given denial emails by County HR and Northern Nevada Public Health leadership that did not only not acknowledge these inequities, but also they could not adequately explain the decisions behind the denial. We were given answers such as, we had to pick a date for the rollout and there was no way to avoid some people getting a better deal out of it. The WCEA put forth the only equitable solution to keep all employees where they are in their current pay range and move them to the new pay range, and it was denied without further explanation or exploration. The county has a rigid pay and merit structure based on years of service. How can they justify Korn Ferry rollout policies that impact employees differently based on the day it's rolled out or when they were hired? There's no equity in this. In our department, we have multiple instances of employees who have been here more time, making significantly less than newer employees. Some of us have now been promoted to environmental health specialists, and there are currently 6 employees in this exact same position, environmental health specialists, in their first year with no special circumstances, and there's currently 4 different pay rates for these employees. This problem directly stems from the implementation of Korn Ferry. This has led to a lot of confusion, frustration, and mistrust that is negatively affecting our work culture. In order to move forward, we are asking that the adjustments are made to correct these inequities. Thank you.
Olivia Alexander Leader, followed by Ian Check.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Olivia Alexander Leader, and I'm a registered environmental health specialist with the Environmental Health Services Division here at Northern Nevada Public Health. I am one of the employees that have been affected by the wage compression issues caused by the Korn Ferry study. I was hired in August of 2021 and received a 5% merit increase in August of 2022. When the new Korn Ferry wages took effect in August of 2023, my hourly wage was brought to the minimum hourly wage for my position, which effectively erased my 1-year merit increase. I am now making less money than a coworker who was hired a year after me, whose hiring committee I sat on, and whose training I facilitated. I also make less money than a coworker who was hired only 3 months before me because they received a discretionary adjustment and I did not. I'm proud of the work that I have contributed to NNPH, and I feel I deserve to be compensated commensurate with the value and time that I have dedicated to my division and my community, which is a compensation that I already earned and which was negated by the Korn Ferry adjustment. I'm asking that you please dedicate time and attention to rectifying this issue and restoring equity to the pay structure at NNPH. Thank you so much.
Ian Check, followed by Jessica Gearhart.
Good morning, you guys. I'm also one of the REHSs who's affected in that same position as these guys over here. I was just going to touch on my personal experience a little bit as well. We've done a lot of math on basically checking out for the compensation that comes along with our positions, and basically those who are in this position of making more than us now who are hired earlier, or at least from my personal experience, over the next 6 years will be making over $15,000 that I'll be missing out on. I personally can't explain that part of it. When it comes to the situation of our overall work environment at EHS, it's negatively affected in multiple situations where it's a main thing that most people are talking about. It's taking away time from us actually doing work that we would like to be doing to serve our public. And it's basically just making us feel overall unsupported by Washoe County, the employer as a whole. We're not asking for special treatment from anybody. We just want what we originally were given for being here for a year and putting in our hard work. If you look at the math, the way it works out is, as Mia said, they were given $1.72 raise, which is a 5.4% increase, those who are below us, and we were given an 11-cent raise, which is a 0.033% raise, even though we have the exact same title. If you look at the math there, it's about the exact 5% that we're missing. And it just, when you take a peek at it, it just seems as if there hasn't been much structure or rules with the entire rollout. We have employees who were given in writing from county HR that if you're promoted on your hire date, you're given a 10% increase, versus if you're not not promoted on your hire date, you're given an 8.66% promotion rate. I don't see how that makes sense. On one specific day, you get an extra 1.44% of a pay promotion increase. We have a total of 4 employees who are basically in the same position, all in the same year, all making 4 different wages. And because of Korn Ferry, and as that we're supposed to have a structured pay scale, it's just something we would ask you guys to please reassess and take a look at. Thank you.
Jessica Gearhart, followed by Narcissa Perez.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm in the same boat. My name is Jessica Gerhart, and I am a registered environmental health specialist with the Environmental Health Division of Northern Nevada Public Health. As William Mantle stated earlier, I am one of the unlucky ones when it comes to the Korn Ferry wage adjustment. So I just wanted to give an idea of my personal experience. It just kind of matches everything that you've already heard. I started my position on January 3rd, 2022. Another coworker that I helped train started over 8 months later on September 14th, 2022. At that time, this coworker was making $1.61 less than me. I have the exact same credentials as this coworker, and like I said, I even helped train this person. And after the Corn and Ferry wage adjustment, I now make $1.37 less than this coworker. This will be a substantial difference in wage over time, just like Ian said. There are many more situations like this going on. I'm just trying to understand how this is considered a fair, equitable wage between employees. And I just have yet to receive a clear answer to this question from anyone. This has been very demoralizing and devaluing for me as an employee of Northern Nevada Public Health. I am just requesting that this matter to be please be addressed. Wages shouldn't be based on luck. Thank you.
Narcissa Perez, followed by Luke Franklin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Narcissa Perez, and again, I am also with this group of people who have gone through this whole process of the Corn Ferry, and I am here to express a little bit of my concerns with the Corn Ferry, how I feel it was inequitable and unfair. I am part of the clerical series who was hardly affected with this. I have been here 4 years. I get up every morning, come to work, service the public, do my all, give it my best, come to work and give the best customer service that I can. Yet I am currently in a position where I was part of a hiring process, interview process for hiring 3 brand new employees to do the exact same job that I am doing. I have been here for 4 years and I am making what they are making. I am training them, sharing my knowledge, and I feel that is very unfair. They said the Corn Ferry was equitable and fair. I don't understand how that was fair. And like Mr. Mantle said, whether you were lucky or unlucky, and I guess I fell as part of the unlucky ones. And we would all like to see this be fair, taken care of. I feel unvalued, unappreciated, and I feel like my hard work is being unnoticed when I'm being paid the same salary that brand new employees are being paid. Thank you.
Luke Franklin, followed by Mike Toohey.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Luke Franklin. I'm a senior REHS here at the Health District, and I've been employed here for more than 23 years. When new health inspector staff is hired, a clock starts knowing in the back of their mind that they have to pass a standardized test to become a registered environmental health specialist. They have to learn how to do the job they've been hired to do and carve out time to attend mandatory trainings, go to meetings, learn internal policies, all while setting aside time to study and pass this mandatory test in order to retain their jobs. We've hired around 10 new people in the last 2 years, and 4 of those new staff have recently passed their REHS exams. When the Corn Ferry study was conducted, newly hired staff that had passed their REHS exams discovered there are some wage discrepancies regarding merit increases and promotional increases that create a disparaging gap between new hires and those that have already been at the health district for over a year and even passed their REHS exams. Once new staff is hired, their own merit and promotional increases will take their pay above experienced and certified REHS staff. Staff has presented these pay issues to management, and they've chosen not to fix it, and that's why I'm here today. I'm more acting in support of our newer staff to show you that they're upset and getting no traction on trying to fix a real issue. I've been told management can fix it, but will not. I'm asking you to step in and get these slight salary changes adjusted in order to properly compensate staff who have already trained and are doing a fantastic job. If these slight adjustments aren't made, staff may become more frustrated, and it can fuel jealousy and resentment to new staff. And when that happens, the experienced staff will look to other employment elsewhere. Losing staff you put time into training and build scheduling and assigning work is frustrating. These are smart, experienced employees that I really enjoy, and I hate seeing them frustrated at such an early stage of their careers. I'm asking you to please reach out to Health District Management and HR to get these changes adjusted so we can move forward with the future and planning and build a better, happier workforce instead of being in a constant state of flux of interviewing, training, and having staff leave and then repeating the process. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Mike Toohey, followed by Gail Townsend.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Toohey. So a little background about me. I am one of the executive board members from the WCEA. I help represent these guys, but I'm here today as an 8-year employee. I'm a senior environmental health specialist with this group as well. First, I just want to congratulate everyone for doing such a good job, because I know it's not easy to come up here and do these things. And more importantly, for these issues, so you guys know, they are affecting the lowest paid staff of the county and not the highest paid. And I think that's why it's taken so long for them to come forward with their issues. Because the people that have been here for 20, 30 years, they don't see merit increases anymore. This is something you get in your first 6, 7 years of hire. And the way the Corn Ferry was rolled out, it basically erased a year of service for a lot of people. And it shouldn't just be, hey, here's a start date, sorry you were unlucky. Because I mean, $1 or $2 an hour for a family living in this town right now at these wages is not a lot of money to ask. And when we know about the, as William said earlier, with the 10% at the top, the merits weren't even adjusted or changed for any of these folks. So why was it adjusted for some of our lowest paid staff? Just to try to save some money for the county. So these people, they work really hard. I'm really tired of seeing people come to work upset and crying because, their pay and their livelihood is just being affected by this. Retention was brought up. I serve as one of the main trainers for our division. We have a total of 22 positions, and we've hired 25 people in the last 3 years. So it's just a cycle of treading water and not keeping anybody. Nobody wants to stay employed here. So yeah, and in summary, I just want to, whatever we could do to fix some of these issues. Like I said, WCEA did send a letter to management to ask that when we roll out the Corn Ferry, we did a uniform process. We just maintain everybody's merit where they were in their pay salaries, and we wouldn't have any of these issues. So why that wasn't done, I can't speak to. So thank you for your time.
Gail Townsend, followed by Sue Frankel.
Hello, my name's Gail Townsend, and I came here today because I watched the video of the last meeting where people protesting the library attended, and I just want to come and say I'm a strong supporter of the library. I think we are so lucky in this community to have such a fantastic library system. And I know that the county commissioners aren't really directly involved in many of the library issues. You do set the budget, and thank you very much for giving my branch, Spanish Springs Library, some funding. And you appoint the members of the Library Board of Trustees. So I would like you to know that there are supporters of the library. I take my grandson. I've sort of rediscovered the library since he was born. And for the past 3 years, I've been taking him to events. So I'm in the library probably 2 or 3 times a week. I'm also participate in some book clubs. But I hope that when you do appoint trustees, you'll think about everyone's right to read. We all should have the right to read the kind of books we want. We should be able to have our privacy respected in the library, various other issues. And that's really all I have to say today, just that I do want you to know that our libraries are supported by many people. Thank you.
Sue decided not to speak, so next up we have Chris Swanson, followed by Gary Schmidt. And Chris has some documents to distribute to the board.
Hello, Commissioners. So what I'm here to talk about is the Gerlach GID is looking to get into the real estate business, and they want to create high-density suburban housing in a rural area that's outside of the corridor of the town. So this goes directly against the master plan, and it doesn't make any sense. And I'm actually curious as to why it made it this far. How could a GID that's in charge of public utilities think that it makes sense for them to get into the housing market? Now, I understand there's a grant that's been issued, and someone had to apply for that grant, and I don't know what put that idea in their minds, but they did, and they received the grant, and you guys are sitting on that money now. And I don't have a suggestion for you as to where you should spend that money, but you definitely shouldn't spend that money building apartments in Gerlach for a public utilities commission. It doesn't make any sense at all. There's also an argument that there's a lack of housing available for low-income folks, that there's a need for more high-density suburban land. But the GID is already sitting on some, and they haven't done anything with it. And they've got third-acre parcels also, already stubbed out with utilities ready to go. Haven't done anything with that either. So I don't know exactly what's going on. You guys probably don't know what's going on either. But this whole thing stinks. It doesn't make any sense at all. So I just hope that when this is put in front of you, you give it the attention it deserves, and you tell them to come back in 10 years when Gerlach has a real issue, or tell them that you'll help them get that land that they already have and put it on the market so that the free market can do what it does and provide for the people if there's actually a need. I'm sure there are people who would build apartments on some of the high-density land that's already available in Gerlach, and people can have cheap apartments. But it's certainly not in the GID's charter, or it's not anything that they should be involved in whatsoever. So I won't take any more of your time. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Gary Schmidt, followed by Pierce Asensio. And Gary has some documents to distribute to the board.
Is this on? Okay. For the record, Gary Schmidt, I've spoken under public comments to you numerous times now about what's going on in Gerlach. Chris, the previous speaker, is working with me on a project I have in Gerlach on 125 acres that's contiguous to the town. I actually, within the sewer water district in Gerlach, I'm the largest property owner. I own more property than the community of Gerlach itself. It's about 110 acres. I own 125 acres. The application is coming before you next week from Gerlach GID to do a land use subdivision. It's totally in violation of their charter, totally in violation of NRS 318. I might speak to you, I've spoken to you about it before, and I will again, probably later on today. I've submitted for the record my public comments that I was going to make today, which was a full 3 minutes, but I'm going to divert from them now and talk about the open meeting law. You have the binder in the back there, which is mandated under NRS 241.020 7E to keep one copy available of all the supporting materials be presented to you today. Under NRS 241.020 7C and 8.1, when anybody submits, when any documents are submitted to you at this meeting, which I have done, Chris has done, and I think some other people have done, it's required by the open meeting law that they be immediately made available to the public. I have extra copies of my document. Chris has extra copies of his documents. We put on a chair in the back, a folded chair, which we had to unfold. It used to be the policy, long-standing, going back decades, that there was a table up there. So when people made public comments and they brought extra copies, they provided for you, they bring extra copies for the public. Right now, that binder back there that's about 4 inches thick, by the open meeting law, NRS 241020, anybody can demand a copy of that right now, and you would have to close down this meeting to provide it for them. I'm strongly suggesting you go back to a long-time standing policy and have a table back there where these people that speak can put extra copies there for the public. And it's really, you're mandated to do something like that. And where you have the binder should be on a table. Right now, it's in the way of people that go to that counter.
Pierce Asensio, followed by Bruce Foster.
Good morning, Board City Councils. My name is Pierce Asensio. I'm an 18-year-old student at the new Proctor Arc High School. I'm a citizen of Sun Valley, and I'm here to talk to you today about a problem I've been seeing in our community, which is a lack of streets and sidewalks that are either not proper enough for safety, or there's just a lack thereof causing problems. Every morning during my 8th grade year, I had to walk about 2 miles to my bus stop just to make it on school to time for class. In that, I'd have to walk in the dark, into ditches, and on the side of streets where I would almost be hit by oncoming cars in the early mornings. I never felt safe, and some of my peers did not as well, and I would most of the time either ask my parents to drive me, or I would have to skip school as to not almost die. And yet, in the recent years, with the new Proctor Hug being made, traffic has become a problem. Streets are not big enough, and there's now too much traffic for everyone to get on time, where most of the time schools are empty for about 75% of the classes in the first 2 periods of the day. And now it has just been getting worse, with more kids just skipping because they do not feel safe on their way to school or the way back from school due to the lack of public safety. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you.
Bruce Foster, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Yeah, hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bruce Foster for the record, Precinct Captain 6411, also a caucus captain under District D. And I just want to welcome you to the shopping cart art capital of Nevada. A quick story is that my wife and I were on our way to church early Sunday morning and observed an individual under a blanket, believe it or not, under at the corner of Gregg and Veterans Parkway. And he had a well-stocked shopping cart right there, and it was right there at the light, right on the corner. So wife said, let's contact Sparks PD for a wellness check. So we called in, and 2 hours later, on our way back, the individual was still there, had not moved an inch. And so we called again. Sparks PD was backed up that morning, but eventually they did make contact with this individual, but I shudder to learn what his fate was. Today, I also wish to say I attended the Community Advisory Board meeting at Spanish Springs Library, and I thank Commissioner Andriola for attending that, along with Mr. Aguilar and the other individual, and Jamie Rodriguez, our ROV. Went through the whole process of changing from an explanation from bottom up to top down. And through the whole process, Mr. Aguilar was pretty emphatic that this is going to make this whole process a lot more honest, secure, and transparent. So I thought, wow, okay, that sounds wonderful based upon what we saw occur in the last election cycle. So I asked, so what you're saying is the last election cycle was totally broken. Oh, no, we're going to really improve upon it. And so that is my question, is that how are we going to see the results and how we're going to make sure that it was honest, secure, and transparent. That's why I am imploring the county commission to get on the agenda creation of elections citizens advisory board commissions, so we the people can watch the people that are trying to do what they're supposed to be doing, that they were elected for. Thank you.
Cliff Lowe. And Mr. Lowe has some documents to be distributed to the board.
Good morning again, Commissioners. I think I'll end up speaking to one of the items in the information that I gave you, but I also hope you'll take time during the break before the 1 o'clock session to look these over as well, because this is about some of the there that is there in terms of what's not in the new master plan and is not in the development code amendments. But I want to come back to something you've heard me say before. There's never time to do it right, but there's always time to do it over. What does that mean? That's kind of sarcastic or ironic. What that means is kind of a platitude, is take the time to get it right the first time, because if you don't get it right, you're going to have to use resources that you were too scarce to do it right the first time to do it all over again. That's not a very efficient way of getting things done. Good work requires time. Get it done right. In my earlier public comment in the previous meeting, in addition to wishing you happy holidays, I wished that Washoe County, and I'm going to expand upon this a little bit, Washoe County and Truckee Meadows Fire have the resources in the new year to protect our lives, to protect our property, and to protect our quality of life. One of the things that our group, or at least I took out of the meeting yesterday with Mr. Young, was that it seems like there's a real shortage of resources in the planning division. And we experience in Washoe Valley and elsewhere a lack of resources and personnel on code enforcement. Those are things that affect our quality of life. I hope they'll get the emphasis that they should. So one of the items that I gave you is in the current, for at least until the Regional Planning Commission approves the new master plan. It's in the current master plan, and it's regarding open space development in West Washoe Valley. I'm going to run out of time, but I'm going to try and read. Mr. Young was very prompt in providing a response to some questions that we had at yesterday's meeting. He says, regarding private open space development in West Washoe Valley, we removed this provision for 3 reasons. First, the complexity and restrictions on private parcels was severe in an area where the development constraints often require a level of flexibility and creativity to address. Sounds like a substance piece. He mentions third, it was a revision that was inconsistently implemented and understood and a high likelihood for being implemented inconsistently. And last, and I'm going to run out of time.
That's everybody who signed in for general public comment in chambers. We do have Christy Evans in Gerlach.
Good morning, Christy Evans for the record. So I live and work in Gerlach, and first I want to thank you all for opening up these comments, the ability to do this virtually. This really makes a huge difference for us to be able to participate in this process, so thank you for doing that. I want to speak today about one of the biggest challenges that we're facing out here in the north of the county, and that's the lack of available and affordable housing and commercial property in Gerlach. While this is an issue I'm sure the whole county is facing, the problem has a unique aspect in Gerlach, primarily because we're surrounded on three sides by BLM land and have a railroad line to the south. The land currently within Gerlach's boundaries is what we have to work with. As you drive down Gerlach Street, sorry, I'm changing mics. As you drive down Gerlach's Main Street, you pass at least 9 commercial parcels that sit vacant, either seemingly abandoned or unused. No new businesses can open because there's no lots available on which to operate. We have ideas of services we want to see in our town, but growth can't happen without a place to offer those services. A main street littered with abandoned buildings is not the future of Gerlach I want to see. As for housing, we have an even more immediate issue that needs to be addressed. I work at the school, and I can tell you we have lost 3 families so far this year because they couldn't find a place to live. These are families who wanted to stay in Gerlach and be part of our community. This board even approved the purchase of a mobile home for the county roads department because their staff need a place to live and there's no housing available. We currently have people working in our town living in old RVs, making them effectively homeless because there is no housing available. And all this while we have absentee owners sitting on vacant lots. There is one home currently for sale in Gerlach, and it's listed at more than $1 million. I assure you people that work and live in this town can't afford that. We cannot have successful services and businesses without a labor force, and we can't have a labor force without places for people to live. I want our county roads and fire department and school employees to be able to live here and be members of this community. For that to happen, we need to make housing available. I know we're not the only town with these challenges, but something needs to be done to fix this. I hope you can have our wonderful county staff explore solutions, and I hope you will seriously consider proposals that come before you to positively support more affordable residential and commercial property that actually benefits the residents of our community. And I can say this because I do actually live and work here, and I know that these are the issues that need to be addressed. Thank you.
We do have one more person in chambers who decided to speak on this item, Jean Savoy.
Thank you.
And I will distribute some documents for the board.
Good morning. Commissioners, my name is Gene Savoy Jr. I'm the president of Historic Steamboat Hot Springs in South Reno. I won't take up too much of your time, but I do want to thank Commissioner Clark for his support of Historic Steamboat Hot Springs and Operation Golden Endeavor, which seeks funds to replace our almost 100-year-old roof. Steamboat is a nonprofit organization, and we are seeking $100,000 to replace the roof of our building, which dates to around 1930. Last year's winter did a real number on the roof, as you can imagine, and we encourage you all to participate in helping to restore this gem of our region, which was named by Mark Twain. Steamboat is committed to preserving the availability of our unique and precious geothermal mineral water for health and wellness to the public, both for our local community and those who visit Reno Tahoe from abroad. We invite you to recognize the importance of this very special resource in our area and in the effort to restore Steamboat Hot Springs, which is only second to Yellowstone in North America for its healing qualities of its waters. I have provided the clerk with the flyer, which I believe you have received, so you can know a little more about our campaign. My card is on the flyer. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I thank you, Mr. Clark, and wish you all Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move on to item 4, Mr. Manager.
Item 4 is Commissioners and County Managers. Announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much. I am looking to see if commissioners would like to speak on this. I'm not seeing any commissioners. Commissioner Clark?
I signed in.
Oh, I'm sorry. My screen is not working, but I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Glad you're here. You missed some really informative information this morning. We had some really good public speakers, lots of good information for all of us. Cliff Lowe continues to talk about some valid points with the master plan. As he said, we need to maybe take some extra time and do it right the first time so we don't have to come back and address that. William Stewart talked about some defensive tactics or what the county should be looking at on property that we own surrounding Arrow Creek. If we own land around Arrow Creek that has the possibility of some extra fuels on it, we need to take a look at that and address that issue. Next, I want to ask and get this on the record from our DA, Mr. Edwards. There's a group of employees that made some comments here about the Corn Ferry study, and I just want to make sure that the DA can weigh in and remind everybody about any type of retribution or retaliation for our employees, our brave employees coming in, speaking their mind. Could you address that, Mr. Edwards?
Sure. I think they were free to make the kind of comments they made today, and I don't think that would warrant any type of retaliation or retribution, and they're protected in making those during public comment. By my observation, they were respectful and substantive in their remarks, and I think that about covers it.
Thank you. So I wanted to get that on the record because I really value these employees to come in and make these comments. I've been talking about this Corn Ferry study since before I was sworn in. I feel that there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. The Corn Ferry study, prior to the Corn Ferry study, the manager's office took massive pay increases. Other people in the HR department took pay raises in anticipation of the Corn Ferry project or study being implemented. We find out now that after Corn Ferry study is implemented that there's a number of flaws. I've said it before, I'm going to continue to say it. Without our county employees, this county is nothing. Without our county employees having good morale and feel like they're valued, we have problems. Now it sounds like the new employees are somehow or another pitted against existing employees, or there's a lot of flaws. I've received other emails. We've got a group of folks that came in and brought their concerns. We need to have these employees, even if it's on a case-by-case basis, meet with HR and figure out how we can be fair and equitable to all of our employees. This is an issue of treating the rank and file folks properly. You know, this is no different than a big corporation. The management thinks everything's fine, and the people working on the factory floor have a different view of this. We need to make sure that our employees are feeling valued, and they're not, one lady's practically crying up here. At the cost of living in this county, with inflation, with the extra money that we have to pay for fuel in this county that we don't seem to have in other surrounding counties, with inflation, with interest rates on loans, everything is up. There's a struggle everywhere. Soon our county employees could be the working poor. Do we want that? So I think we need, as commissioners, to make sure that all of our employees are treated fairly and all of these issues are addressed. Why does this continue to linger? You can see that these are just a few of the folks that have brought this forward. I guarantee this is festering out there with our employees. If you're resentful of your employer, you don't do a good job. If you don't do a good job, then this thing just spirals. So how can we get this addressed? I'd like to figure out how we can get this on the agenda to talk about this. I think it's only fair to bring up again the fact that we should have retro pay from the time that the manager's office and the HR office took their massive pay raises, and then make our folks wait 8 months to get theirs, 8 or 9 months. And then when they finally get their 8 or 9 months later, we find out it's not equitable. So we need to make sure that all the employees that have an issue with this come forward and feel that they're not going to have any retribution or any problems, and be able to talk about this. And these are folks working in the health department. These are educated folks. They understand numbers. And if they see the numbers aren't right, let's figure out how to fix it. All problems can be solved if there's a will to do that. So let's make sure that we have a will on the county commission and the county manager's office to fix these problems so our employees feel valued. Okay, move on. Lots of good conversations, lots of good points. I find it, I go through and I look at Valerie Fianacca. Apparently she's on the library's equivalent to the no-fly list, not allowed to go in a library. I don't know. I know what it's like to have a restraining order against me, but I don't know if she has one against her. So does she have to have maybe security march her in and monitor her behavior and her whereabouts when she's in county facility? Does this morph to other county facilities? Is she allowed to be in here? Is she just banned from the library? So that's something that needs to be addressed. Nicholas St. John had some good points about getting things on the agenda. How come I cannot seem to get anything on the agenda? Every time I go to a meeting or grand opening or the CARES campus, I hear the word collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. That's the buzzword around the county, collaboration. Well, there doesn't seem to be much collaboration when Mike Clark, County Commissioner, District 2 is involved when he wants something on the agenda. Just doesn't happen. So I'd like a little bit of that collaboration to flow to District 2. Thank you. Dale Smith talked about the horse facilities here. We've got a situation where it's taken somebody over 2 years to get on the agenda and back and forth, and these are folks that want to learn how to ride, and we can't seem to get that done. I heard on the news the other day, I just caught the tail end of it, but LA County is trying to or has banned rodeos. Can you imagine that? LA County banning rodeos. Yeah, they didn't ban it. There's a lot of things that probably need to be banned down there, but rodeo's probably not one of them, in my opinion. Penny Brock brought up some good points about the counties are allowed to choose how each county in the state is allowed to choose some of the methodology and voting. So I think that having a citizens advisory board and direct the county and the county staff and the registrar of voters on some of the things that the county citizens want, I think is a valid point. So I would hope that that would come into play. I've got some other notes. I'll bring them up at a later comment time. I've got one last thing. I got a call this morning from, and she's allowed me to use her name, former Chief Judge Lynn Simon, who is now Chief Judge Lynn Jones, has called me this morning. And at our last meeting, I mentioned that there was we're talking about a contract with for janitorial services at the court, and I was told that everything was fine and there's no problems there. Well, she told me different from that in the past, and now I've got some public records, some county records, double-sided, complaint after complaint after complaint after complaint I'd like the other commissioners to take a look at that if they'd like to, if that doesn't violate the open meeting law. But we've got nothing but problems with the janitorial service. This is a company that's trying to get their contract extended. They're making, it's over $1 million a year to clean county facilities. And apparently there's a lot of problems that the people at the courthouse have complained about. I don't work at the courthouse. I'm not there to monitor it. But they shouldn't have to monitor whether there's soap in the dispensers or the trash cans are clean, or this, that, or the next thing. You know, as a former property manager, if I had 18 different buildings and I had problems, I'd hire 18 different cleaning services, give them a 1-year contract, and let them fight it out. See, fight out who does the best job, and maybe next year that person gets 2 or 3 buildings, or that company gets 2 or 3 buildings. But I know it's extra work for the county to write extra checks, but if these companies that we have contracted for are not doing a good job, how do we hold them accountable? Do we just say that's the way it is and renew their contract? So we've got problems there. And lastly, if I bring up a problem, a constituent or a taxpayer or an employee brings up a comment and I bring it up to the body, I'm bringing it up to get it fixed or see if it can be addressed. I'm not bringing it up so somebody can tell me that I'm wrong or they're wrong. If somebody thinks that it's not being done properly, we need to look at it. Everybody who brought up a concern today came up to the podium and made a concern, we need to look into that. Is it a valid point or not? And we just can't dismiss it out of hand and we're right and you're wrong and don't bother us. That happens to me up here and I don't like it, and I'm sure the taxpayers, constituents, and voters don't like it. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Andriella.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just give an update. Commissioner Herman and I both serve on the Washoe County School District Capital Funding Protection Committee, and we met on December 7th, and I'm sure Commissioner Herman would share that it was a very, I'll use the term banner day in terms of looking at a 15-year plan for schools, not only to accommodate the repurposing of schools that need it, but also in terms of planning for growth. And I think when you're looking at how things have been done in the past, it's always catch up, and construction takes time, and the process for awarding contracts and funding, all of that takes time. So to be able to have 109 projects outlined for 15 years in our community is certainly something to celebrate. And that $2.2 billion is currently in the budget, which I think is something to celebrate as well. And so I think the benefits, and I shared this in public comment or during the meeting, that we all were aware of WC1 that was in place in 2016, and seeing how forward planning that is, talking to other members in other jurisdictions who also serve in that committee and have been for years, also shared it's not only looking at the schools, but it's looking at accommodating those infrastructure items that would be innovative and moving forward, and looking at a cost savings over time. So I thought I would share that. And again, I'm sure Commissioner Herman enjoyed that presentation. It was a pretty momentous day to be a part of, that's for sure. I also want to share that I toured an encampment in my district with the Washoe County Sheriff's HOPE team, which is the Homeless Outreach Proactive Engagement Team, with a sergeant and 2 deputies who are assigned to that HOPE team. And we went to a location on Vista, essentially Vista and Lockwood, as you're going towards Lockwood East. It's essentially referred to as east of the end of the world. I had not heard of that before. So it was absolutely amazing on 2 fronts. One, to see the dedication of the small but mighty staff that are really looking at making a difference. I asked them, I asked a lot of questions, but one I asked is, how many folks in the last year have you helped to look at sustainability in terms of housing? And I'm not talking about the CARES campus, by the way. This is not the CARES campus. This is about those that choose to encamp in areas, in this case, this particular area. And I was really surprised that they have successfully helped 172 people. And that includes the 172 people that aren't just help. I specifically asked, what does that mean long-term? And that means working, sustainable housing, and looking at being a productive citizen. Those taxpayer dollars, those become taxpayers. So the taxpayer dollars investment in this small team, it's a small, mighty team, and their whole philosophy of doing things is much different than I even expected. But the second surprise is there are petroglyphs there, beautiful petroglyphs. And I would like to ask the county manager, and I certainly believe that Commissioner Garcia sits on the Parks, is it just the Parks Commission? Parks, yeah, and open space. Because what I discovered is this particular area was on, there were plans to make it a park. It needs to be a park. It's absolutely gorgeous. And it connects from the essentially connector and would go all the way to Lockwood, to the Washoe County Park there. So I am asking that we look at that possibility of, if the plans are already there, I'm sure there may have to be change, but to designate that as a park, I think, is really preserving our historical treasure and the beauty that's there, and really give a shout out to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office and the HOPE team for their dedication of making a difference in our community. The other item that I'd like to bring up is, even though I've been here a short period of time, I've certainly shared buying local, and I think the importance of that. And as we move forward with looking at crafting budgets and looking at what that looks like, I'd really ask that the county manager and staff look at what we can do. I realize that there isn't always that opportunity, but I think that that really should be explored. Preserving and being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar is important, no doubt about it. But I think the multiplier effect that happens when you keep things local can't be diminished. And I think that that needs to be balanced and brought before the commission as a possible policy that to be considered. And again, I realize there may be things that are outside that scope. The last thing I'd like to offer is an update on my, trying to do what I can for our entire community, for the help for the equine community in terms of those who own horse property. And I'm really excited. The Lieutenant Governor has actually dedicated staff at the advocacy department to look at things, and then Assemblywoman Hansen, who is in my district, and also Senator Hansen, who I've a long-term, really I've worked with him many, many years, has also taken this on, because the Washoe County Code that's being identified sometimes is triggered by statute, and so we have to look at how that can be mitigated as we move forward. So it's not as fast as anybody would like it, but it is moving in the right direction, and I'm glad to have everyone help in this endeavor, and look forward to whatever it looks like when it comes back to this board, so that we can have equity and preserve, property rights, and preserve the ability for those who choose various different components, whether you own one horse or you own a lot of horses, whatever that is in between, that we can be fair and equitable and preserve our Western heritage, to which this, whole state, quite frankly, but Northern Nevada should should be proud to preserve. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything? Okay, Vice Chair Herman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, for your patience with me, including those on the board for my first full meeting. Okay. So, talking a little bit more about the horse problem that we've had here. It's always been a little bit of a problem. I mean, way back before I ever got on this board, we made some rules that established kind of a base for the amount of horses you could have on a property to begin with, and that would have been 3 horses per acre, because that's what the standard was for Lemon Valley and some of the lower acreage properties in the county. And so, you know, based on the fact that, like in Palomino Valley, we have 40 acres, so we could actually have 120, where we know that only the federal government can afford to have 120 horses on 40 acres. So you just can't afford it. That's all there is to it. But anyhow, we can do this in the county. We can fix this, because that's kind of our responsibility, because it's our set of rules. And so during several of the Board of Adjustment meetings that I've been to lately, they've even come to the conclusion that we need some different rules for the different areas. Like if you've got 20 acres or 40 acres or whatever, I mean, it's not like a business downtown. And you can't pave Paradise and make it a parking lot. It's not safe for horses. And so there's got to be a little thought going into this. And we need to, maybe we could work together on that, Commissioner Andriola. So, yeah, even they're realizing, you know, on different boards that this doesn't make a lot of sense. I hate to have this war going on with horse owners. I mean, it's kind of been a war against them, and they're all fighting it on their own ground. But you know, they make a lot of sense, and we better listen. That's why I like public comment so much, because it's my favorite thing at this meeting, actually, because that's where we hear what people are thinking and what's coming from their hearts and what their needs are. That's why we have it. So there's another item that we talked about already, coming from the public comment, and I'm bringing another. And if the county clerk would send out this paperwork, I would appreciate it. And I have 2 plans that I'm wanting to get on the agenda, one or the other. One's a simple one. It's just really to the point. That would be the one that has a J on it. And the other one is more of a professional stab at it, with a lot more stuff to it. So I just would very much appreciate, and I know a lot of people in the community would appreciate us having a hearing on this and bringing it before the board so we can actually vote on this item. Either choice, or bring them both. All right, so that was the first item. Or second, I'm sorry, I can't count. Okay, so years ago, there was an effort to save money, probably. And we had, long before I was on the board, of course, and so this would have been back in the early teens. A board member of this board, none of which are present now, but anyhow, they voted to stop maintaining certain gravel roads in the county. Well, it kind of spread around, and I noticed that a lot of maintenance on gravel roads was being really let go. I mean, it's like, you give them a little, and then they take it all. You know what I mean? So there was a gentleman that took care. He retired, and this was like probably 9 years ago. And his name is Mr. Gladwell. And he retired from road maintenance up there, and about the time that these rules were made, that they weren't going to maintain certain county roads. So he decided, okay, I got the equipment. Shoot, I'll just take care of them in my area. So he did that for 7 years until his equipment broke down. And that was, I mean, he deserves an award of some kind, I think. So he went way beyond the call of duty. But anyhow, he called me after that happened, and and several of the other people, they said, well, we'd sure like to have our roads maintained. And I heard the thing, but I didn't know. I wasn't aware at the time that was the case, that we weren't doing roads anymore for people. We just got to maintain our paved roads. Okay, so then it just lasted a long time. It took me 9 years before I learned this from our county manager, that they had voted to not maintain roads. I asked a lot of people here, and nobody gave me a clue. But anyhow, we finally are getting something done, thanks to our county manager. So that's that one, and I really am appreciative of that. So I'll just, last night I was at a meeting, and I found out that we have now successfully trained some more sheriff deputies, and that we are moving some of ours up to the road, to going out on the road, but we're short of police cars. I drove by the parking lot as I was coming to work, and I looked in the 311 parking lot. It's completely filled with cars sitting there. So I don't know, some way we got to shuffle something around and get some patrol cars for these guys that are coming on board. So I hope we can work on that. Thank you. I'll do the rest later.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. And Eric, do you have anything, Mr. Manager, for us?
I've signed in again as well.
Yes, sir. I see that.
Okay.
I do, Madam Chair. There are a few things. First, as it's been our practice, since this is the first BCC meeting of the month, I'd like to announce that there is an opening on the Deferred Compensation Committee. And if anybody is interested in that, you can go to the county website and get more information. Second, we need to pull item 6A3. Just the Sheriff's Office asked that it be brought back at another time. I do want to congratulate Ryan Gustafson, who is being appointed from his role as interim director of Human Services Agency to permanently serving in that role. Congratulations, Ryan. You've done a great job during the transition, and we look forward to working with you. And then last but certainly not least, I just want to point out that for the commenters who came to speak about Korn Ferry, I too am concerned and have actually met with many of the individuals individually who addressed the board this morning. You will notice that many of them were Northern Nevada Health employees in environmental health services. What we have found in our discussions and investigating that is that particular department has some unique promotion and pay practices that aren't necessarily broad scale in the rest of the county. Since they are health district employees, we've had discussions with the health officer, HR, and at the request of Commissioner Clark, we'll go back and continue to explore what can be done. But there are some unique aspects to EHS that I think clearly create a different set of circumstances than perhaps is found broadly across the county. So those are my comments for this morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Or
Commissioner.
this afternoon.
Oh, yes. Now we're in the afternoon. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I want to point out that the last meeting we had, there was talk about renewing a contract for a billboard and a sign over by off the freeway there by the CARES campus, and I see it's back on the agenda. So I want to salute the county and their lightning speed of getting something back on the agenda that quick. I'm sure anybody who's ever wanted a building permit or wanted anything to go quickly will be amazed at how quickly the county can move if they want to. So with that being the groundwork for this, I want to see how fast we can get these issues with Korn Ferry resolved. How fast can we move on this? And this may be unique to the health board, I give you that, but the grumblings that I hear from other people out in the county workforce, maybe, just maybe, they can come forward and have a place at the table as well and talk about their issues. So let's get this behind us. The sooner the better, so we can start building morale and making sure that our folks feel valued. So how fast do you think we can move on this? When can this come back in front of the board? And then Manager Brown, how fast do you think we can get some movement forward on this so the folks feel that we are listening to them?
If I may, Commissioner Clark, HR and I are willing to sit down and brief you on how fast we've already moved to address the majority of the issues across the county with regards to the Korn Ferry study. But again, in the case of EHS, I'll remind you, these are health district employees. So we need to work and be respectful of the health officer and their budget and their policies and procedures. I cannot give you an answer to that, but I would say we jumped on it pretty quickly when it first surfaced as an issue of concern for our employees.
Sure. And again, I'd just like to see the speed that I know the county can work at when they want to. I just don't like to see whether they're working for the health department or any county employee up here on the podium getting ready to break out in tears about she's training people and they're making as much or more than she is. That just isn't right, in my opinion, and I don't think the public thinks it's right either. So I'd just like to see some swiftness on the county's part and trying to get this resolved. So we don't have to hear about it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I just have a few items before we move on. I wanted to wish everyone a happy holidays. We're in the holiday season, and I had the opportunity to go to the menorah lighting on Thursday last week and represent the county, and that was a great event. And I just salute the Habata Northern Nevada and Sarah Coonan and Rabbi Coonan. Additionally, I had an opportunity to go to the We the People competition and be a judge on Saturday, and it was so impressive to see these schools and these kids work to put reasoning, put law, put current events, history behind their points of view and their thoughts. And I think that this class is really the future of our community of how can we ensure that kids can grow into really informed adults and making informed decisions as they move forward in their lives. And so I just want to salute the schools, Reno High School, Incline High School, Reed High School, Galena High School, and McQueen. They all did an amazing job, and it was so fun to be part of that program. So we will now move into item 5. Mr. Manager.
Item 5 is a presentation and discussion by Brian Befford, Sustainability Manager, regarding progress and plans for the county's greenhouse gas reduction and other sustainability work affecting both county operations and community-wide activities in fiscal year 2024.
Welcome, Mr. Befford.
Thank you very much. Is this on?
Yes.
Good afternoon and happy holidays, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Manager, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Brian Befford. I am Sustainability Manager for Washoe County. I am here to provide an update on current sustainability program activities, although I won't have time to fit them all in, so please follow up when asked questions. I will discuss why sustainability is important and how we're leading the work for both county operations and community-wide. These slides have more detail than my talk, and they will be available on our website for anyone to review in the future. Our federal government, Nevada, and the county have goals to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The county supports this goal with a strategic priority for this fiscal year, as well as the Green Recovery Plan. And all of this is in line with our mission to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. We will know we're making progress when we can make a difference in people's lives, measured by cleaner air, improved health outcomes, greater comfort and lower energy bills, more jobs, a stronger economy, and quality of life. Importantly, along the way, we need to make sure we benefit those who have been historically marginalized and who cannot afford to benefit from clean energy innovation in buildings and transportation. So what are greenhouse gases? Washoe County has adopted the global standard of measuring metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And that small e up there is very important because it signifies that we are paying attention to more than just CO2. Many of these other gases that are listed can be hundreds and even tens of thousands of times more potent than CO2 in the atmosphere. The emissions we measure are in three distinct categories. Scope 1 emissions take place every time we turn on a vehicle that's powered by gasoline or diesel, or fire up a gas boiler to heat one of our buildings. Scope 2 emissions are those that are generated by Nevada Energy when they deliver electricity. More on this in a minute. Scope 3 emissions are emissions from all employee travel, commuting, from all products and services that are delivered to us upstream, and all waste that we throw away downstream. In our county operations, I'm proud to announce that we're making progress. In 2008, Washoe County completed our first greenhouse gas inventory, which is the tall bar on the left. In 2021, we contracted with N0 to track our energy use and emissions, and we have annual inventories courtesy of N0 since that time. And if you'll notice, since 2008 to 2022, in county operations, we have reduced our emissions by more than 35%. This is far exceeds the federal and state goals of 28% reductions by 2025. Why is this? Mainly because the grid is greener. There are fewer coal-fired power plants and more renewable energy providing us electricity. Whoops. Also, we have stronger vehicle emission standards, more efficient equipment, and I'd like to give a shout out to all of the staff in our facilities program who have been dedicated to making sustainable improvements when they can. I will note that our 2008 inventory was based on a lot of assumptions and generalities. It was the best science we had at the time. Our science is more precise now. Moving forward, we will be using 2021 as our baseline, as we will be able to compare our progress using uniform and consistent metrics that meet global science-based standards. Based on this 2021 inventory, we need to achieve just under 5% reductions each year to meet our 2030 goals. And I think we can do it. And in our facilities, we will be focusing on conservation. In all of our buildings, we will reduce the demand for energy by improving insulation, by installing more efficient lighting and appliances, and by making sure our energy use per square foot and per employee is as efficient as possible. Well-insulated buildings that use less energy keep people more comfortable in extreme temperatures. They lower energy bills, reduce emissions, and reduce the need to install and maintain more robust energy systems. Since 2010, global investments in weatherization and energy efficiency have resulted in 10 times more emissions reductions than all installed solar and wind production globally. In addition, our GIS team is doing an initial assessment of all county facilities that may be appropriate for renewable energy battery storage, things like that. This coming June, I will deliver to you for your review a more detailed plan for county reductions. In our fleets, Washoe County has roughly 650 vehicles, of which our fleet superintendent has identified roughly 150 that may be appropriate to be replaced with EVs. Currently, we have 17 EVs and plug-in hybrids in our fleet. However, adding more brings some challenges. Only some vehicles are appropriate for EVs. So we have snowplows, utility trucks, road graders, and other vehicles for which there are no electric equivalents available. A lot of people like to talk about hydrogen and renewable diesel as alternative fuels. However, they are not yet available in this region. We also have some supply chain and pricing challenges, as some vehicles that we've ordered have been on back order for more than a year. I'd like to give a shout out to our green team. These are staff who volunteer their time to achieve sustainable solutions in their departments. We have teams working on gardens, on recycling batteries and plastic. We have a green purchasing working group that is working hard to find sustainable replacements for a variety of products and to work with our contractors to encourage them to bring sustainability best practices into their work. And I really want to appreciate all of the staff in the county across departments who have been supporting sustainability. They're really wonderful, smart people. Working community-wide, the pie chart shows, the pie chart is from Nevada's annual greenhouse gas inventory, and it shows the relative contribution of greenhouse gases across sectors. As you can see, transportation, electricity generation, industry, and buildings are our biggest challenges. We are currently working with the state and other regional partners to craft recommendations for Nevada's Priority Climate Action Plan, which is due in March. And in a parallel process, we are also working on a county-wide reduction plan. This work is led by Emily Stapleton, our Most Excellent Fuse Fellow, and we will bring that to you for your review in September. And finally, I'd just like to note that on the urban forestry front, people know that Reno is the fastest warming city in the United States, and one great way to do that is bring more trees. We are currently working with the Parks Department and HR to draft a scope of work for an urban forester staff position who will be able to work with our regional partners to plant more trees to reduce urban heat, clean the air, and bring other values. Of course, all of this will cost money. We have numerous federal grants available, and as you know, many of these solutions require upfront capital investment. However, they pay off very well over the long term. We've been awarded some, we've applied for others, and many more are coming that we will be working on moving forward. That's all I have time for. There is more to talk about, but I respect your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford. I am just so impressed with how much you've gotten done in the short time you've been at the county. And also, I agree with you. We need to give a lot of love to our green team who has been working without a staff member really to help for years in the county and have done the water stations, have done battery recycling, have done so much around the county. And so, you know, it's a great team effort, and it's so great that you have so many county staff, you know, supporting you in your efforts. So thank you for that. I look to the board if there's any questions or comments. Commissioner Garcia.
Just a quick one. Let me see if I can find the slide. A lot has changed since 2008. I like that right at the bottom, straight to the point. And it really has, but I was just a quick question about the using of 2021 as the baseline. Can you talk about the reasoning of that, why that particular year?
That was the year that we received our first full year inventory conducted by N0, the company that we contracted to manage our energy and emissions. And they brought to the equation the best science that we have. And a lot of this is in alignment with science-based targets, which is a global initiative to make sure that we're all talking about the same things and measuring things in the same way so we can move forward comparing apples to apples and carbon to carbon. And so that was based on their recommendation, although I will say it generated a lot of debate within our team with the Public Health District and others, but that was the consensus decision moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions? Commissioner Andriola.
I have a question, and I apologize. I had to step out for a moment during your beginning of your presentation, so I hope I'm not missing something. But I really appreciate all of the information in terms of what the state mandate, your goals are, and what the plan is to execute that. Is there an opportunity somewhere down the line to also share what kind of cost savings there will be? Because I realize that there's investment costs up front, but then long-term, I'm asking, could be savings over whatever that period of time. So maybe there's an investment and then a break even, and after that there's a cost. Like for instance, with light bulbs, as an example, they last longer, so therefore you're not having to replace them. So obviously the sustainability piece that is outlined here, but I'm wondering if there's an opportunity at some point with an update just to give what the overall cost savings might be, where that break even is and where the cost savings might be over time. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you. Brian Befford for the record. Yes, that is wise guardianship of taxpayer dollars, and it's very important that we make data-driven decisions. And so everything we do will be based on those metrics of cost return. You mentioned light bulbs, which is the easiest example because they pay back so quickly and provide other benefits. And in our delivery of reports to you, we will also try to make sure we are also tracking reduced emissions, which results to cleaner air, fewer health outcomes, fewer negative health outcomes, and other benefits. And so, yes, please, I look forward to delivering those reports.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? I'm not seeing any. So we will now, thank you so much. Great work, and we look forward to working with you on it. Aw, you got a fan club back there. That's awesome. So we'll now move into item 6, and I'm hoping Commissioner Garcia can present those for us, minus 6A3.
Yes, Madam Chair. 2 wonderful donations today, providing funds for injured animals and the donation of 128 life-saving devices for items 6A1 and 6A2. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Okay. With a motion and a second, any questions from the board? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And the screen should be up there. Okay, and that motion passes. Which one do we not record?
I don't know.
You didn't capture somebody's, but for the record, I have that it was a 5-0
Thank
vote.
you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. You and your team have been amazing with the technology issues this morning. Y'all have been awesome. Thank you. We now will move to item 7, our consent items. Do any commissioners have questions or comments on consent or want to pull anything? I'm looking. Let's see. I'm not seeing any commissioners that want to. So I am looking for a motion on consent, please. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Garcia. Any question? And now, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Yes. First up, we have Valerie Fianacca, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Thank you.
And it looks like there are documents to distribute to the board from Ms.
Okay.
Fianacca.
Merry Christmas.
Bless you.
You. I'll wait till you take a look at that document I gave you.
Thank you.
I went down a rabbit hole when I looked at this one because there was such a lengthy staff report, which is unusual for these donations. If that hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have given it a second thought. But I'm opposed to this disbursement in the amount of $4,700 by Ms. Hill. This organization website has been up only since August 2023, and there's not much on the website. I copied off what's there for you. What got my curiosity going, though, was that staff report. I went down that rabbit hole, and this organization is the charitable arm of the AFL-CIO. I'm sure you're aware of that. The food pantry is to benefit only members and their families. The AFL-CIO is an organizing arm of the Democrat Party. The copies I have provided you document this. 80% of their donations go to the Democrat Party. They are huge political donors to boards such as yourselves. Further, I would like to see the $500,000 a year discretionary giving placed on the agenda and voted on. It is vote buying, pure and simple, and we've discussed this. I think Ms. Herman and Mr. Clark have both voiced that out loud at various times. This should go away. It should be put back in the budgets. These people that need money should be budgeted. It should be put in the budget. But AFL-CIO is not something that we should be giving money to, flat out. Shouldn't be happening. It sways votes one way or the other, and they're out there working on the street to sway it in one direction, and that's just not okay.
Next up, we have Cliff Lowe, followed by Penny Brock.
Good morning again. Good morning, Chair Hill. For the record, Cliff Lowe. Still a quality of life matter, but a different issue than what you've heard from me most recently. Consent agenda item 7C4, which is review and provide direction to staff regarding Washoe County federal legislative principles and lobbying practices. Why would I care to talk about that? Well, I mean, I look at the staff report and it talks about suggesting or promoting, advocating some things and promoting some things, encouraging some and opposing some. Well, it's my understanding that what is sometimes referred to as the Truckee Meadow Lands Bill seeks to take parcels of land that are currently in the public domain out of the public domain. And what I would ask is that these legislative priorities and principles be added to oppose any federal legislation that would take land in Washoe County that is in the public domain and pull it out of the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Brock.
Penny Brock, for the record, please put my comments in the record per NRS. I would like to address items 7C3 and 7C4. First of all, I object to some of these items being put in a block for consent. That's not right. We, the people, have a right to address each one separately, and also the county commission should vote on certain things separately, not put them in a block. So first of all, on 7C3, Ryan Gustafson, he's just getting started. His background is in family and marriage counseling. What real background does he have on management? He's just getting started. And secondly, he's making more than the governor. The governor makes $163,000 a year, and we're going to pay him almost $204,000. I object to that. Not that I object to Ryan, but I just think he's not. He doesn't merit this starting salary. Second thing is on 7C4, the lobbying issue. Our lobbying is being done by the Porter Group. The Porter Group was bought on when Commissioner Bob Lucy was on the commission. There's some real issues with the Porter Group. Their contract for, I believe it's 6 months, but it's $88,000 plus expenses. The contract does not really outline what expenses are. Secondly, we've never seen them, as far as I know, before the county commission. Who are these people? What are they really doing for us in Washington, D.C.? Do we really need a lobbyist group based out of Washington, D.C.? I don't know. I got real questions. We should have had a presentation, what this agenda item is all about. How can you vote for this when nobody's really presented it to you? So I take real objection to you passing 7C4. You're not fulfilling your responsibility to get information about this. We, the taxpayer, we want to know, what is this really all about? Who are these people? Who is the Porter Group? Everybody seemed to like the previous lobbyist group that we had, and they were not as expensive as this group. So I don't know what you can do about. Secondly, why isn't the Porter Group contract being brought to our county commission? That's one contract you should approve. This is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a motion from Commissioner Andriola and a second from Commissioner Garcia for consent, any questions from the board? Vice Chair Herman?
I think it's not on. It's on now.
Yes.
On item 7A1, I could never vote for that because I can see a repeat of Swan Lake.
Okay.
And I can't, in my conscience, I couldn't do that. And also, just the last item that was mentioned by Mrs. Brock, which was, 7C4.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Any other comments or questions from the board? I'm not seeing any. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
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 Okay. And there we go. I think that was a 3-2. Yes, it was. All right, now that we are through consent, we will come back to the rest of our agenda at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
You need me?
It is 1:02, and we do have item 8 up next, but I would like to move to item 11 because we have folks in Gerlach maybe that would like to speak to this item. We want to make sure we heard from them the last time we did the public hearing on this item. So I will now move into item 11. Mr. Manager.
Is a public hearing, second reading and possible adoption of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 110, the Development Code, by adding various sections and maps to multiple articles within Divisions 2, 3, 4, and 8 in order to transfer existing regulatory language found in the 2010 Washoe County Master Plan to the Development Code as part of the comprehensive update to the Master Plan. The following articles have been amended by adding new sections thereto. Article 204, Forest Area, to add sections related to Matera Ridge, community modifiers, Second Mount Rose, Scenic Highway, commercial modifiers, the Mount Rose Resort Services Area, and specific plans. Article 206, High Desert Area, to add sections related to temporary residential development for Squaw Valley, Reservoir, community modifiers, Downtown Gerlach, community modifiers, and specific plans. Article 208, North Valleys Area, to add sections related to avigation easements, Golden Valley community modifiers, Lemon Valley community modifiers, and specific plans. Article 210, South Valleys area to add sections related to Old Washoe County community modifiers, development standards and allowed uses, the Steamboat Valley community modifiers, development standards and allowed uses. Article 212, Southeast Truckee Meadows area to add a section related to public access easements in the Virginia Range. Article 216, Spanish Springs area to add sections related to Western themed design standards, business park design standards, specific plans, the Spanish Springs Airport, and allowable uses in the Spanish Springs planning area. Article 218, Sun Valley area to add sections related to downtown Sun Valley design and development standards and specific plans. Article 226, Warm Springs area to add sections related to export of native water resources in Palomino Valley community modifiers. Article 302, allowed uses to add a section related to diesel power generation. Article 340, industrial performance standards to add sections related to building design and air quality. Article 406, building placement standards to add a section related to common open space fences. Article 820, amendment of master plan to add a section related to administrative amendments in Articles 204, 206, 208, 210, 216, 218, 226 for the addition of planning area community maps in all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. Virtual public comment is eligible for Gerlach on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Madam Clerk, this is the second reading, so what is the ordinance number?
This was formerly Bill number 1899. It is ordinance number 1709, if passed. Thank you for the reading, Mr. Manager.
Yes.
My pleasure.
I appreciate the manager's flexibility and the clerk, so thank you for that. With that, just as a reminder to the board, this is a second reading. We approved or moved forward with the first reading. It was read into the record November 14th, 2023. Do we need a brief staff presentation to get us up to speed on this? Okay. We love a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Eric Young, Senior Planner from the Planning Program in Community Services. This is the second reading of a Development Code Amendment, adopting amendments to the code relative to a companion item that was also passed during the first reading, which was the update of the Washoe County Master Plan, otherwise known as Envision Washoe 2040. These amendments are a companion to that, meaning that a big component of the master plan update, a significant component, was to remove regulatory language that was in the master plan and to move it over to the development code. So that's what this development code amendment is about, and that's why it's a companion piece to the newly adopted Washoe County Master Plan. So as we went through the development and drafting of the new master plan, we did identify a number of different regulatory type pieces of code in the master plan. They had been implemented that way over time, but had never actually been moved over to the development code. So part of the master plan process, as illustrated here, was to identify what all of those were, and as part of this overall process, move them to the development code. It happened in a number of articles, in particular the articles called the modifiers. You'll see there, those are all the ones that are in the 200s, and they refer to each of the different planning areas. Those modifiers already existed, and so they were logical spots for us to move the code language that existed in the area plans prior to this process. Here are some examples of the types of things that we identified as code. In a couple of the area plans, we had actual tables of uses in South Valleys and in Spanish Springs. In Spanish Springs in particular, we had what we called business park design guidelines that went on extensively for Spanish Springs that really were written and designed as code, but for various reasons were adopted by the county as part of the master plan. So this process identified those and found the logical spot for them in the development code. Some more examples of what we found outside of the modifiers in some areas where we talk about allowed uses, and in particular industrial performance standards. These pieces used to be policies. We have transformed them into code by simply moving them over to the development code. Building placement standards, we had one change relative to common open space fencing. This is something that we have been implementing as code, but was actually a policy. So now we are proposing that it should be code. Our new master plan is quite different in that it has links to other plans. It has some other interactive features that we had never really contemplated what it would mean to have to make an amendment to one of those. What does it mean if a link changes and we have to change the link? Do we have to come back here? Is that something we can just do? So we worked through with the district attorney's office to come up with the proper way to amend a modern contemporary plan, and that's reflected in the 820 master plan. So these were the findings of fact that the Planning Commission had to make for these. They're only required to make one. They made all four of these findings as part of their review of these development code amendments. So before I go over or allow you to have a possible motion, in between the first reading and now, you did ask that we reach out to the public once again for a handful of people who had some concerns, in particular about how it was decided what would go into the development code and what wouldn't. And there were some features in the master plan called community management areas, or character management areas, that did not transfer over to the development code. And there were some questions about that at the last meeting, so we worked to contact some of these people that have these issues and talk it over with them. And the basic answer to their concerns is that those entities are master plan level entities and not development code entities. They exist as master plan overlays. Now, Washoe County is the only place in the nation that ever did a master plan overlay. And I can tell you that our consultant that helped us through this process was somewhat confused by what those entities were, how they were implemented, why they even existed. So we worked hard to explain what they were and why we wanted to not move them over to the development code, because they operate at that master plan 30,000 foot level and not at the development code level. And the way that we made determinations about what would move to the development code was, if somebody comes in with an application to do a subdivision or a development on their property, nothing should change. At this point, there should be no changes to how development actually proceeds. So that was the threshold or the metric that we used to determine what should be in the development code and what shouldn't. If we're doing it to you today, then it'll happen tomorrow. But if we're not doing it to you today, it won't happen tomorrow. So that was the metric that we established. And then we looked at some of these things that people had questions about, like the character management areas. Some people brought up, the same individuals brought up some questions about what we called in the South Valleys private open space subdivision, which was a complex approach to maintaining open space in large lot subdivisions, but it really hampered our ability to promote conservation easements. And what we really want to promote there is conservation easements. And so that was another example of something that was not implemented. It was complex and confusing. And it never really operated at the level of the development code. It was a master plan level concept. So if we could identify something as more of a master plan level concept, we didn't move it over, because it would change the way things happen at the parcel level, at the development level. And we didn't want to start doing that. We wanted to maintain the status quo at that level. So we had a nice meeting. I felt that it was a good meeting with the individuals that you requested that we speak with. They may be here today, they may not. I'm not sure if they're here to speak with you about the outcome of that, how they receive my answers to their questions. But I provided them the answers that I've provided you about how we made those determinations about what belongs in the development code and what doesn't. And what we left that last little bit of public engagement with was what I thought was an understanding that this is significantly different than what we had before by intent. The new master plan is significantly different. And so there is a little bit of mourning, a little bit of fear and concern about whether the same protections that people felt they had in the past will continue in the future with the new plan. And these development code amendments are seen as critical to maintaining that protection. And so some of the input has been, did you maintain enough of our protections? We believe we have made a much better plan for everybody to use to make very clear what people's intent is. How will the new plan be used? When a development comes in and a planner gets a chance to look at it, they'll have a much more concise, to the point, clear document to write a report on, to write a review on. They'll have a development code that's exclusively code and a master plan that's exclusively a plan. That plan will be short and clear, and when it's brought to the Planning Commission and to you, our intent and our hope is that there won't have to be a lot of interpretation. Nobody will be asked at that moment to decide what it means. And that's currently what's happening at too many Planning Commission meetings and BCC meetings. It's at this point that very unfairly, you or the Planning Commission has to decide what our document means. We believe that this new document will put an end to that. We believe that these changes in this development code amendment will help put an end to that, because it's very clear what is code and what is policy. And we were extremely meticulous about not moving things over into code that would require interpretation, that would require somebody to say, well, what does that really mean? Well, how are we supposed to implement that? We worked very hard to not do that. So what we believe we have for you today as an entire package and as this last part of a second reading for the Development Code Amendment is a new approach that will be much more usable by everybody. We completely respect and understand how scary it is to do something so new. It just is. We won't know for a while whether we succeeded. We have to give it a shot to know whether we're right about this or not. Of course, we believe we are, but at the same time, when people come into their office and express their fears and concerns, we have a deep respect for that and a deep understanding of it, because we know this is not an incremental change. This is a big change. So we want to express our respect for those feelings. And we did, at the end of that last meeting, commit to more community engagement for development code amendments. The regulatory requirement for a development code amendment is pretty minimal. And when we do a whole county-wide one, that might be appropriate, because a lot of what we do is tweaks here and there. But if we go out to do a development code amendment that is relative to a specific community, South Valley, Sun Valley, wherever, we're committed to doing more than what's required by statute. We're committed to more community engagement, more community outreach on these development code amendments, because that's what's been expressed to us would be helpful to the community going forward. So I made a commitment to announce that today, that we would do in upcoming development code amendments, we will engage in more community outreach and engagement than is simply required. So that's what I have for you today. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young, and you can tell that you have a lot of passion for this and a lot of care for our community, so I really appreciate that. I'm looking to the board to see if you have questions. We do have public commenters as well. Vice Chair Herman.
All right. I'm very, very concerned about this. There's things in here that I can't vote for today because I don't understand. Planning is not my expertise. And I'll tell you that. I just, when I see things like export of native water resources from where I live. We only are recorded at having 3,000 feet of water there. What in the world does that mean? And then this diesel-powered generation thing. I mean, there's a whole lot of explanation that I haven't got, and I'm sorry. I just, there's a whole lot in this thing. And some of the stuff about access and the Virginia mountains and things like that, I mean, it's just kind of vague. And it's like this stuff just jumps out at you then, and you kind of, it just scares the heck out of me, tell you the honest truth. So that's where I am standing right now. And I'm sorry, but I'm not ready for this yet. I have to have a lot more explanation.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Any other board members before we open it up to public comment? I'm not seeing any. This is a public hearing, so we will now open it up to public comment.
Can I say one more thing?
Oh, yes, Vice Chair Herman.
And it pertains to this, and every time we have one of these, we just kind of rush through the first hearing. We don't really get a good enough knowledge, and then to go home and be able to study what we just did, what we're up to doing next time. I just think we rush into these things. I felt that way and I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to vote for something and then have it come back and bite me in the butt. Okay? So that's where I'm sitting right now. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Okay. We will now open it up to public comment. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Gary Schmidt.
Penny Brock, for the record, please put my comments in the record. First of all, I have a real concern. I believe the hearings on this began in 2021. We, the public, that was during COVID. We didn't know about public hearings. Public hearings almost virtually didn't happen. So I don't believe there was that much public input. Secondly, I've got real concern about Article 204 on the forest area. This is a real concern with Mount Rose Highway. We already had the Zolezi fire. I don't know how long ago that was, but it created problems on Mount Rose Highway, and there weren't that many residents at that time. But there was a problem evacuating the residents while the fire trucks were trying to come up. The residents were trying to evacuate, and now we've got a lot more residents. So I see that they're going to allow more commercial development along Mount Rose Highway. We cherish the open space along Mount Rose Highway. We do not want it to look like California. More commercials, operations will mean more traffic. So I have real issues with that, as well as this whole area about the Mount Rose corridor. What is going to be done by the developers to our beautiful Mount Rose corridor? Another problem I have is Envision 2040. I went home and looked at that. Envision 2040 is being enacted throughout America in cities and counties. This is part of some federal plan or something. I don't think we've got the whole story on what Envision 2040 really is about. So I think there needs to be caution on the commissioners approving this at this time, because there still are too many questions. So is this part of a federal plan? What does it really mean? What is Envision 2040 all about? I also have got real concerns when we just heard the planning department won't know if this is right for quite some time. No, we want to get it right the first time. This is too big of an issue. It's going to incorporate more than just the map. Last time we heard, it's going to include housing. I was hoping that slide would be back up today about all these other issues that are going to be in this. And last time we heard well, this isn't really going to change anything. No, I think it's going to change a lot of things. And like Commissioner Herman just expressed, we need more time to look at that, because this is too big of an issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Schmidt, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Gary Schmidt. I know you've heard it before, but perhaps some other people haven't. I've had 60 years in the development business in commercial and residential and agricultural in 4 states. I still am involved in those 4 states. And I've been attending county commission meetings for over 50 years. I first started to attend them when the county commission chambers was by renowned hospital. And I had light brown hair at the time and a lot more of it on the top. And this is an interesting subject here. First of all, let me state, so I get it in, that I've known Eric Young for longer than any of you, but perhaps Nate. And I've known Nate since he first hired in at the county, I think just out of law school, as I recall, but quite a few years ago. But let me say that I agree with what, I'm a big transparency guy, and I agree with a lot of what Eric has said. And I believe this should be pulled off the agenda and continued, and you should segment it and send it back to the cabs where it has not gone to, because you've diminished the authority and the presence of the cab. It should be restored. You should take this apart and send it to the relevant cabs and segment it. Additionally, in regards to Gerlach, I agree with some of the things in here about Gerlach. Let me just say that Gerlach, a community of Empire, Gerlach Empire, a community of 150 people, has a full-service restaurant, 2 snack shops, 4 bars, a motel with apartments, a gift shop, information center, a general store with groceries and hardware and auto supplies, 2 gas stations, and a laundromat. There's people that think there's somehow magically you're going to create more commercial activities in Gerlach. What do you want? A Walmart and a Home Depot for 150 people? It's not going to happen. The problem with Gerlach is any additional commercial activities are not going to be a national chain. They're going to be individuals for the love of Gerlach that open a store there. And the provisions here they've been working on for years is, and it's in there but not very well worded, that you need to provide that you can live in, above, around, under your store in Gerlach, like used to be in the developing West. And the provision in there that allows you to have residential activities on commercial property is a real big plus. And that's the best thing you can do to increase commercial or residential activities in Gerlach. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Lowe, followed by William Naylor.
For the record, Cliff Lowe. So here we go. And the seconds are ticking off, so I'm going to take things a little out of order from what I'd planned. As a practical matter, the master plan is approved by you folks, and it'll become effective when the Regional Planning Agency puts their stamp of approval on it or not. And with all due respect to Vice Chair Herman, I don't suggest that these development code amendments not get passed. I think they should get passed because they were part of the master plan, and to not pass them is to make things weaker. But as I've been saying for weeks now, the job isn't done. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to meet with Mr. Young and Mr. Lloyd, as was done with my 3 fellow Washoe Valley residents. But I came away, as I mentioned earlier, unconvinced because there is there. I also want to comment, mention that I think Mr. Young misspoke when he talked about the common or private open space hampering conservation easements. It doesn't hamper conservation easements. Conservation easements have been and always will be, unless the law changes, there'll be a choice. What I'm asking and think you need to do as an action item is put something promptly on the agenda, because something I think we were in agreement with Mr. Young yesterday is that there are no instructions for the Planning Commission or the county commissioners or the planners really on how to use the code. There are vision statements and existing and desired conditions, snapshots. How do they should they make findings with those things? I think I would hope multiple commissioners would ask for an agenda item soon, because now there's a window of opportunity, I think a window of confusion and a lack of direction for the Planning Commission. That is a positive step that you can take to, and if you need to, task the consultants, bring them back in, and have them finish the job that they haven't done yet. So I mentioned, so in the stuff that I gave you were some items from character management areas. And Mr. Young talked about how they're really an overlay. Well, but they do provide, I am scared, because you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Once development comes and happens in spite of efforts, you can't put it back. So I provided you with some copies of some things from character management areas that are here, and they make a difference. It's substance.
Thank you.
William Naylor.
Excuse me, for the record, William Naylor. I just want to say that I'm still extremely disappointed at the lack of opportunity for the public to coordinate the new master plan and the changes to the development code. The lack of ability to reconcile these documents has resulted in omissions, which I feel will weaken the county's ability to manage growth and which will cause confusion in the processing of development requests for both the Planning Commission and for you. And probably also allow builders to submit things that they think are now appropriate, which really aren't. At the board's suggestion, several Washoe Valley citizens met with Trevor Lloyd and Eric Young to discuss our concerns and seek needed changes, and we appreciate them meeting with us. That was very good. While planners agreed that some of our concerns were valid, there does not seem to be an appetite to fix them in the immediate process. Future opportunities for changes have been suggested. The first was that the citizens file their own application for development code changes. The $3,800 filing fee is prohibitive to me, probably most to you, and to small nonprofit organizations like the Washoe Valley Alliance. The second was to participate in the development code update directed by the Board of County Commissioners. This is an acceptable alternative. However, we learned that it will be done in a piecemeal manner and will take quite a long time to do. Understand that the current high priority area for development code update is affordable housing. That's needed. However, it's requested that the board direct that development code changes required by the new master plan be identified in a public process and also be given a high priority. It is also requested that the development code update process be strengthened to require public notification and input. The findings to approve a development code change should also be strengthened. In regard to specific planning areas such as the South Valleys, it's requested that language in the following sections, history and existing conditions, development constraints, vision, be given significant weight in decisions by the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners as far as making your decisions relative to any development. It was suggested, and I think Eric sort of concurred with putting something into the master plan that says that the language in those sections should be considered as important towards making the decision. It's not just verbiage that's sitting in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, I will open it back up to the board for discussion. Commissioner Andriola.
I have a question for Mr. Young. I just want to confirm that, well, my question is how long was the process for the actual master plan Envision WASHA 2040? How long was that process?
Approximately 3 years.
And how much input did you get from that? A lot is what I remember, but was it the entire 3-year period or?
I don't want to speak in hyperbole, but it might sound like it. We have never conducted a public engagement process like we did for this outreach. As part of the presentation a few weeks ago of the master plan update we spent some time with you on what that looked like, how many different meetings, the different types of meetings we had, how we met not only with organized groups, but with ad hoc groups and just citizens groups, how we had Spanish outreach. It was something that we've never done before. We're significantly proud of it. We hope to learn from it going forward. We think that the consensus building that we did along the way allowed us to get here today and only have a couple of people show up. No disrespect to them at all. I have, as I mentioned, great respect for them, and I'm glad they're here today. I encourage them to be here today. And yet, after all of this time with such a huge change, they're the only ones here. We had to say no to a lot of people throughout the public engagement process. None of them are here. So this was an enormous public engagement process of a character and variety that we've just never done before. And I hope that we can learn from it and pick up the ball and continue to do some of the things that we did during this process.
Thanks. I do remember the extensive outreach and the long period of time and the various folks, including a lot of stakeholders and the public. I also specifically remember, and I just want to confirm, that really what's happening in terms of the amendments that in this ordinance are pulling out that regulatory piece so that the master plan can actually be like a policy-driven document so that the regulatory piece can then be, and I remember I said this before and I'll say it again, to me it's very, very similar to the parallel of a statute versus an administrative code. Nevada Administrative Code has regulatory hearings. There's a much more flexibility, although there is a process in how you have to go and approach that. But statutorily, a change like that is a heavy lift, where the administrative code aligns with, in this case, the Envision 2040. So to me, it's a very strong parallel. It's pulling out what was in the master plan in order to keep that a policy-driven so that the development code can be parallel to what I was describing in an administrative code. And I just want to, reiterate, I asked that prior to a previous presentation. I'm just confirming it again, that really these changes are not changes as we see them. And I just wanted to get that confirmation.
Commissioner, through the chair, I apologize if I have not been clear throughout this process. If there's anybody that just isn't clear on that yet, what you said is exactly right. Mm-hmm. We did not create any new rules. Mm-hmm. Exporting native water out of Warm Springs without prior BCC approval already exists. Mm-hmm. It exists as a policy. we want to make it code. We already make people do that. That's already the rule. Access to the Virginia range is already a rule. It's just a policy. We already make people do it. We're just going to be code now instead of a policy. So we did not create any new rules. That was a threshold, a critical metric for us. At the end of the day, is somebody going to have to do something different in the development review process? And the answer is no. We had, as I mentioned, to say no to a lot of people. Sometimes it was community people who wanted us to maintain a policy that was, in their view, somehow protective, that made them feel better, but just was not the type of thing you would put in the development code. We had a variety of consultants and landowners who saw this as an opportunity to fix things in our code to make things easier for them. Things to do with development in development constraints areas, or how we do grading permits. Things to do with how we would expect to see here soon some important and needed amendments to the Mount Rose ski area, where they have a plan that needs a little bit of adjustment, it's not unreasonable. But we told them, no, we're not doing that as part of this process. You can come in later and we'll work with you through that process. So sometimes we were asked for things that seemed like a chance to grab something. Sometimes we were asked for things that seemed really reasonable. Why not? Sometimes we were asked for things from the community that was a please. It was to come to us with a please don't take away this protection. But if it was going to change the way things worked at the end of the day, we had to say no. So this is as clean of a status quo amendment that we can possibly bring to you. And I would expect to see, because of all of those no's, I would expect to see a series of development code applications coming in over the next year.
So just my last comment to you and to see if this is correct. The reality is that there's an opportunity. It doesn't just mean that if this does pass, there isn't an opportunity for the future of any change on the regulatory side, just like there is in a process with the Nevada Administrative Code. There's a process. You're required to hold meetings, you're required to get feedback, and that then gives an opportunity for everyone to have input into whatever particular changes may happen. But what's happening today is really the piece that needs to pull that out of the policy. So I think to the huge outreach for Envision Washoe 2040, I hope that continues as this goes through on the administrative code piece. And that was echoed throughout public comment, not only today, but previously as well. So getting that, and I'm just asking, you'll be doing that process with any changes for administrative code in terms of outreach and any other type of opportunity for people to provide feedback to any changes for the future.
Yes, and in fact, one of the priorities that was adopted at the last meeting, I'm sure you remember the housing priorities that we're already fast at work on, but you also adopted another set of priorities that came from the master plan, and one of those is a review of our public outreach and public hearing outreach processes to do a better job with that across the board. So not only for development code amendments, but for all of those that we do. You've already established that it's a priority for you and thus for us to continue that better type of public outreach and to develop better processes like we've been doing. So yes, that's absolutely something that we're doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one piece that has been pointed out as part of this process is that when you have things in policy that are not in code, it's less transparent. It's harder to understand how things work as a public person or as a developer. And so I think that in many ways, we are making it easier for people to understand how to do business at the county, or to, if there's any reason for folks to fight a development, they can go to our code and look for how things are supposed to work, instead of all these different policies located in different places. And so I think that is another great opportunity about this. So I'm looking to other board members to see if there's any other thoughts or concerns. I'm not seeing any. So at this point, I am looking for a motion. And just as a reminder, the ordinance number is 1709.
Madam Chair, I'll move to adopt ordinance number 1709 provided by the county clerk. Thank you, county clerk, which is an ordinance amending the Washoe County Code Chapter 110 by adding various sections and maps to multiple articles within Division 2, 3, 4, and 8 in order to transfer existing regulatory language found in the 2010 Washoe County Master Plan to the Development Code as part of the comprehensive update to the Master Plan, Envision Washoe 2040, and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto, and to affirm the four findings of fact that the Washoe County Planning Commission made on October 16th, 2023, as recorded with resolution number 23-15 and attached to the staff report for this item.
Thank you. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We have a motion by Commissioner Andriola, second by Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion by the board? I'm seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it looks like that motion passes 4-1. Thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing. We will be coming back because we do have a public hearing, item 12, but we are going back to item 8 on the agenda.
Item 8 is a recommendation to conduct a performance evaluation for Washoe County Manager Eric Brown, including a discussion of the results of the 2023 Performance Feedback Survey, to adopt priorities and expectations for the county manager, and discuss possible action to approve a single lump sum merit bonus for the county manager. Current base salary is $331,115.20, in an amount to be determined by the board, to amend Section 2.A of the county manager's employment agreement to extend the term of the agreement for one additional year to November 21st, 2025, and to amend the 2.C of the county manager's employment agreement to increase severance pay from 6 months of the manager's annual base salary to 12 months of the annual base salary, and if approved, to authorize the chair to sign the amendments, and to authorize the Comptroller's Office and Human Services to make the necessary adjustments. And we have HR Director Patricia Hurley here today.
Welcome.
Thanks, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Patricia Hurley, Washoe County Human Resources, for the record. So we'll start off, I get the easier part of this job, just going through the performance evaluation results that you do have more detailed in your staff report. So to start off, just letting you guys know why we're here today. For Section 9.C of the current employment agreement between Washoe County and the county manager, it requires each year prior to the possible date of which he started on November 25th, that we are to commence and conduct his performance evaluation. Per NRS, though, we cannot just do it without going through 241.033, which requires written notice, hand-delivered notice of the time and place of the meeting at least 5 working days before that meeting. We're also supposed to allow him to understand the notice of list of general topics to be discussed during that meeting. So to go through this, we did, just to let you know, that we followed NRS on August 15th, 2023. Manager Brown was noticed of his performance evaluation occurring on 12/12. through a hand-delivered notification. On 10/17, final approval from the chair and Manager Brown was used to determine what the evaluation content would be agreed upon. And October 17th, performance feedback surveys were sent out for individuals and distributed to his list that you will see on Amendment A, and all links were sent to all survey participants. The survey did close on October 30th, 2023. Just to give you a little bit of background on the survey criteria and who the participants groups were, we did have, of course, the county commissioners. We had direct reports, his department head, and elected officials and external stakeholders. There were question categories, of course, that were around leadership, integrity, communication, board liaison, management, strategic planning, and then, of course, an overall evaluation. The core categories, though, were leadership, integrity, and communication. All groups had to rate Manager Brown in each of those three core categories. We did add a new strategic question that happened at the last board meeting a year ago, which was related to strategic planning. Each question has 3 response options, of course: exceeds expectations, meets expectations, or area of growth. And of course, there is a 4th, as always, evaluator has no basis or judgment for that. The number of responses who chose exceeds and meets expectations are shown together for ease of presentation. And because a response in either of these categories is shown to be a successful performance as defined by the survey. There were 33 individuals invited to participate in the survey. 29 participants responded. This gave us an 88% response rate. Again, all emails were sent out with a link to that on 10/17. Reminder emails were sent out several times for those, and additional reminders were also sent over and over again until we reached 10:30. All surveys were left open until noon on 10/31, because we always know that those that are like last minute to fill those out. And of course, just to kind of give you a breakdown, we had the county commissioners, we had 5 were invited, only 4 responded, so we got an 80% response rate. Direct reports, 9 invited, 9 responded, 100% response rate. Department heads and elected officials, 10 invited, 9 responded, we had a 90% response rate. For external stakeholders, 9 invited, 7 responded, so we had a 78% response rate. Now to get to the results in those categories that I talked about with leadership, integrity, and communication. Of course, the leadership, did he function as an effective leader of the organization, gaining trust, respect, and cooperation? All categories rated him 100%, meets or exceeds standards. For integrity, did he set an effective example of high personal standards and integrity, inspiring staff to do the same? 100% rated him, meets or exceeds expectations. Communication, did he practice timely and effective communication with all stakeholders and staff across the organization with issues regarding the county? 97% rated him meets or exceeds standards. As you look in your packet, the group that marked needs improvement for that communication was 1 individual from the department heads and elected officials, but however, there was no specific commentary or comment provided for us to get more understanding of why that was marked. To get you to the final results, and to the new category of strategic planning, did he provide clear direction to address strategic plan initiatives? 100% said he met or exceeds expectations. And then his overall performance results, he was rated as the best overall statement of the evaluation of County Manager Brown. He did receive 100% meets or exceeds expectation. There were some areas of growth, just like any other survey, and 3 responses indicated areas for growth relating to board meeting facilitations. Another 3 responses indicated area of growth regarding team development. These responses came from direct reports and department and elected officials. However, no specific feedback was provided in these areas. The full results and comments, again, can be viewed on attachment B of this agenda item. Just to share some quotes from the survey of his overall performance, people said he approaches each challenge with a calm, respectful, and professional demeanor, and has proven to being the type of leader in the region who has the ability to help carry important initiatives across the finish line. So another quote was, he leads with integrity, earning the trust and respect of his team. And Manager Brown is a trusted partner that listens to new ideas with openness and is always willing to engage in discussions and could consider change where needed. As you are a fairly new commission, I thought it was important to show you the 3-year results overall. Manager Brown has been evaluated 4 times, and so, I didn't want to add the 4th box because that would make my slide look ugly. But if you're curious, in 2020, when he first started, his leadership was 93, integrity 93, communication 93, overall performance 93. As you can see, in 2021, his ratings become better. In 2022, very consistent, and then of course the current year of only the dip in communication. That leads to the end of my presentation. However, if you have any questions, please let me know. If not, I am here though, if you continue to have questions as we go through this, but I'm going to hand it over to Manager Brown for his part of the presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hurley. I'm not seeing that board members have questions for you right now.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Eric Brown, County Manager. And once again, I will say to the Commission, I consider it an honor to serve as the County Manager in Washoe County. This being my 4th review, I think my passion for what I'm doing has only gotten stronger since I've gotten here. It hasn't been an easy road by any stretch of the imagination, either from a personal or from a world event standpoint. But with the team that we have here in Washoe County and the stakeholders that we work with, it has been a very gratifying experience for me. The accomplishments I'm going to share with you today, I just want to be clear, are accomplishments of Washoe County. I am the County Manager of Washoe County. But I want to be clear, many of these things are things that were not executed necessarily by me. I may have given direction or strategic direction or guidance. They are accomplishments of the organization as a whole. The other thing that I want to be clear about is the accomplishments generally reflect the guidance from the Board of County Commissioners in accordance with our strategic plan. You all know we're very serious about the strategic planning process that serves as our framework for what we prioritize and how we do things. And I think you'll see a pattern in these accomplishments that reflects that, and we will continue to do that going forward. 2023, I would assert, was really a year of laying the foundation for generational change within our community. In 2020 and 2021, and part of 2022, we were certainly dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic and trying to make sure our community was safe and able to recover and get back on its feet. As we hit 2023, it became more of a focus on what things can we do to make a significant positive change long-term for the community as a whole. And what you're going to see over the next couple of slides, I think, are good examples of that. Let's start with the regionalization of dispatch, EMS, and fire. That project is underway. You all know we signed a computer-aided dispatch interlocal agreement earlier this year with the City of Reno, City of Sparks, and REMSA. The teams are now in the process of figuring out how to make that platform work across our various jurisdictions. And that will take about 2 years to complete. It has the potential to provide a significant impact on our response times across our EMS and fire and public safety organizations. This is something that will save lives ultimately. After we finish with the dispatch, the CAD implementation will continue to look at and move on to other aspects of the public safety chain to make sure that we're looking at improvements there also. Second is elections and administration. And you all know that earlier this year, we brought on a consultant to help take an objective look at our elections operations process. That review showed us that there were some clear things we needed to do here in Washoe County to better and more consistently administer our elections, not the least of which was we were woefully understaffed. And this gave us, based on best practices around the country, a better indication of where we needed to be from a staffing standpoint. That was reflected in our budgets for this year, and as we stand here today, we are fully staffed in accordance with those recommendations. The other thing that it did, it pointed out our need for standard operating procedures, or SOPs. And because of the transition in election format from a primarily in-person voting state to now primarily a mail ballot voting state, the standard operating procedures were never developed to catch up with that transition. And that is what we're busy working on today with outside consultants and with our in-house people, so that we're ready for the presidential preference primary, which will take place starting actually late January into February. You heard from our sustainability manager, Brian, earlier today. So we've launched our first climate resilience initiative. For those of you commissioners who are newer, this was something that when I arrived in 2019, it was made clear to me by our employees. They found this to be something that they thought the county should take a leadership role on in this region. Everybody appreciates the beauty of northern Nevada and the lifestyle benefits that brings. But the feeling amongst our staff, and it's reflected in the green team and some of the other things that you saw in Brian's presentation earlier, are clearly focused on the county taking a leadership role. And I'm confident that under Brian's leadership, we're on our way to doing that. Last on this slide, but certainly not least, this commission approved launching an equity and inclusion initiative earlier this year. The presentation was made in June, and we have language access and facilities compliance underway as the initial priorities. Moving on, permanent supportive housing. At the CARES campus, you will recall we received $21 million roughly from the state ARPA funds, Home Means Nevada. And with that, we have a 50-unit construction project underway on the west side of the CARES campus that will provide housing for folks that are transitioning out of homelessness. In addition, we were able to put $2 million into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It's a good early installment. We're still exploring ways to more consistently feed that fund in the future that don't necessarily require general fund as a source. But nonetheless, we have begun down the process of of putting those funds in place. We've updated and adopted our employee compensation administration. So let me say this, the Korn Ferry study, as controversial as it is, I would remind you that it was your county manager that a little over a year ago came to the commission and said, I think we need to make one of our biggest investments coming out of the pandemic in our own people. And so the commission approved about a $12 million expenditure to update our compensation administration. We knew, and it was shared with this commission back in February, that the impact of that plan would have a favorable impact more at the middle and higher levels, compensation levels within the county, because frankly, those are the people who were more at risk versus market. in terms of their compensation levels. So we knew also that it wasn't going to make everybody happy. And what we found is that, as I said earlier, in instances where employees were not happy with their departments or their leadership going into a study like to an implementation like this is going to exacerbate it because of trust issues and leadership issues and communications issues. Nonetheless, I stand by the fact that long-term, the implementation of this plan will put us in a better position to retain our employees, particularly those who are of longer tenure. I think we had something like 20% of our employees were capped in terms of compensation going into this. This gives many of those people a chance to see further growth in their compensation and hopefully stay with the county longer. It also gives us the opportunity to be more competitive with other potential employers who may be coming after our employees at all levels. The Envision 2040 master plan that you just approved, or you just voted on, I'm sorry, also another major accomplishment, and one that we'll only do every 30 years or so. Establish county leadership role in regional behavioral health. This was something that came out of our most recent workshop, and you will see us begin the recruitment here shortly. Along with that, obviously, is the purchase of West Hills facility, kitty corner to us here. And at your direction, we are underway in terms of soliciting stakeholder input into the highest and best uses of that property. We completed the implementation of broadband and into Gerlach for the first time. A year ago, we had the first time deployment of or the return of fire EMS services to Gerlach in partnership with the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. This year, we partnered with the tribe to make it feasible for us financially to deploy high-speed internet. That is in the library and the public facilities over the next 60 days or so. We're hoping to get all of the residential deployments completed. That can be a game-changing event especially for the kids in that community, but for the community from an economic development standpoint. We're also developing broadband plans for other areas of the county that we know historically have been underserved. So that includes the North Valleys and the Pyramid Highway Corridor. The technologies with regards to broadband deployment are evolving. And what we're seeing is that areas where the lot sizes are larger, if you have an acre lot or something like that or more, those have historically been problematic to deploy broadband. That is now changing, and our CIO, Bazad Zamanian, and I are working with the providers to set up some expansions in our North Valleys and along Pyramid Highway. We've implemented new tools for the community to talk to us, certainly at BCC meetings with the deployment of Speak Up and Sign In. And as you can see, those tools are just starting to be used. The next bullet point, Conflict Counsel. We hired and put in place a conflict counsel to help us work through some of the caseload backups we were experiencing. I want to thank Chief Judge Jones, who worked with Kate Thomas on my team to kind of get through that. What we were seeing is there were cases that were conflicting out, weren't getting addressed, which was causing backups in our jail for individuals that weren't being having their cases heard in a timely basis. We've now been able to address those by putting the resource in place and by adjusting the fees that we offer to do that work. The next two, we've heard the voices of Commissioner Clark and Herman and others. There's an RFP that is going out shortly for $1.8 million in improvements for the senior center. Work to begin by the end of next month, hopefully. And there's about $500,000 that's already been spent on improvements to Sparks and here at Ninth Street. More to come on programming and other elements. Our commission support group. This was the second year where we've been able to put together a Washoe County Leadership Academy class. The third bullet point under that, I would point out, which is really what we were after. This was really a way of helping to develop a pipeline of community members who would be willing to and prepared to participate in boards and commissions. And you can see already in the first year, 9 of the alumni from the first class have done so. We hope more to come, but that's a good sign in terms of the ability to get people involved who haven't been perhaps before. We did our first commissioner onboarding program. That hadn't been done before here. And so I want to give kudos to Mark De La Torre and Candy Ramos and the team for doing that. 99 public meetings, including CAB meetings, over the last year. I think I was probably at about half of those. Facilitated 44 proclamations. You can see also the number of escalated constituent requests. Some are still open, and commissioner requests. So just to remind you, when we are in these BCC meetings and individuals step to the podium either in public comment or make comment or requests that you as commissioners make, the staff logs those, and we follow up after the meeting with the appropriate department or directly with the constituent or the individual to make sure that we're following up on those. So it is a process that we put in place over the last year and has been working well for us. All right. We implemented Perimeter as an emergency evacuation mapping tool. So on the heels of Lahaina, with the disaster that happened in that resort community, we're one of the first communities that has piloted this tool, this mapping tool, to show residents where they are in the affected incident area and what their escape or what their evacuation route ought to be. It's a very different approach than what people may have been used to over the years, where we show you a map and say, well, your home is located here, so if something happens, this is how you leave. What we found is that can be very treacherous because obviously you don't know where the incident's going to happen, if it's a fire or a flood. Perimeter helps provide more flexibility and a better communications tool to deal with those situations. We were able to successfully handle, in the second worst winter on record here, the Lemon Valley Flood Mitigation Action Plan proved effective. Remind you that the goals of that plan, as determined by this commission, are to keep water off of the highways and byways so that people can, and public safety can have access to properties, and also keep water out of people's homes. And we were able to do that working in concert with our counterparts in the city of Reno in that region. We increased child care capacity by 250 slots for kids and for foster families here in the county. That was a decision made by this commission using our ARPA funds and has been put in place. We've developed and launched an online hub for the cabs that better depicts and shows community members the development activity coming to their communities. In the year ahead, we are planning to put in additional resources to make that offering even more robust. Community generated $6.5 million in private investment for the CARES campus. The community raised that money, $6.5 million, which is impressive, and I want to thank everybody that helped make that happen. We settled the Washoe County School District in-kind village litigation. Not a small feat. We were able to move on and put some certainty into the liability attendant with that. And then we continue to work on our employee development initiatives. We have a speaker series now where we bring in outside speakers to talk on professional development topics, and we have coaches also for our department heads and for our leadership, folks in leadership positions. We have now an internal leadership academy, and as I said before, professional coaching where appropriate. All right, speaking of new leadership, you can see that we had new leaders at the public defender level. Certainly that's Evie Grossman. We have Kate Hickman, who is our alternate public defender. And I mentioned earlier today Ryan Gustafson, who's the head of HSA. But in addition, we brought on Cadence Matijevich, who's in the audience today as our government affairs liaison. Brian, that you met earlier, is sustainability manager. And then Pat McGinnis, who is our conflict counsel administrator that I referred to earlier. So I want to give kudos to our HR team, which undertook the recruitments for all these positions. Not an easy task, certainly in the environment that we've been facing from a staffing situation over the past year, but very happy with what we've done. And then the last bullet point is that we've expanded and improved our recruitment efforts for boards and commissions. That is something else that this board has been very clear that your expectations were that we do a better job of conducting outreach into the community to make sure we're getting the right people to serve in those agencies. From a financial management standpoint, we're still strong. We have a clean, independent audit again. We ended the fiscal year with better than anticipated general fund results. Our expenditures continue to be under budget. So I think we continue to be good stewards of the money. We have, and as a result of that, our debt ratings continue to be extremely positive, among the best you can get for a county of our size. And they've recognized the strong management and financial management of the county. This will get more difficult as we get into years 25 and 26. We do 5-year planning. We have to be careful about managing our expenses and our affairs going forward because our revenue, C-tax revenues in particular, continue to show softness. So we need to be careful going forward. Grant acquisition has been another focus for me and for the team. We've been awarded almost $180 million since federal COVID funds since the beginning of the pandemic. And we've established a framework for distributing the $40 million of opioid settlement monies to reduce addiction. So that's going to be coming up, as you know. RFP will be released in the next few weeks, and we'll get going on that. This is the list of some of the federal funds we've received. You can see on the top section, the appropriations were largely from our congressional delegation here in Nevada, and we want to thank them for continuing to support the county. The bottom, these are grants that the Community Reinvestment Group was able to secure over the last year of $4.7 million. Not bad for a group of 3 or 4 individuals who are managing that function for us. I do want to talk about ongoing regional collaboration. This is a big part of what your county manager does. I spend a lot of time talking and planning with these agencies or the heads of these agencies. I am on the board of Children's Cabinet. We continue to have a solid working relationship with the school district. I'm on the board of EDON. Most of you as commissioners are on the other agencies. We continue to work with them to solve regional problems. Heavy emphasis on health, largely because of my background and because of what we've been trying to do with regional EMS services. Now that we're focusing on mental health services at your direction, you'll continue to see that, particularly with the managed care organizations, which are the health plans, the hospitals, et cetera. And then neighboring jurisdictions. I was involved with Vincent Guthrow at NACO in organizing the county manager sort of ad hoc committee of NACO, because there were a lot of times you as commissioners would go to NACO meetings. We as county managers had no idea what was going on legislatively or what the priorities were. We now meet monthly to get an update from Vincent, and also to collaborate on issues that county managers have to deal with, like elections or staffing or grant acquisition, those kinds of things. And then to the far right, again, that's the group that's been working on the dispatch, regional dispatch situation. You know, I want to finish up with a few slides for just talking about our vulnerable populations. You all know that at the CARES campus and our place, our two shelters, over 486 single adults and about 35 families have been found permanent housing. So we've made a lot of progress. We're not just warehousing people in these facilities. We are working on getting them into stable housing and finding the resources they need to live stable lives. Okay, then we have we're one of only 2 jurisdictions, by the way, that second bullet point, to achieve quality data through Built for Zero. I think the other one is Arlington, Virginia, Northern Virginia. And that means over 90% of our community programs are actually reporting into HMIS. This is important because you will see the numbers will be more accurate and more refined going forward than what we've had to deal with in the past. And in the past, we've had to rely heavily on the point in time count, which is coming up in the first quarter of next year, which is notoriously inaccurate. It's one survey of the community in the middle of winter, and you're trying to reach conclusions from that. Now we get monthly information that helps us much more accurately track where these populations are. Okay, so this is an example of that in terms of the dashboard that's been developed to show you the categories of those in emergency shelter, those that are sheltered, and those that are unsheltered, which we'll continue to collect. You are all aware of the recent national media attention that has come to the CARES campus. I want to also acknowledge the awards as our very own Dr. I can't remember, I'm drawing a blank. Thank you, Dr. Knight. She's going to kill me, Laura's going to kill me. And our very own governor, who Dr. Knight was receiving the medical examiner, was receiving the governor's award for promoting organ and tissue donation. And representing the county in that regard. But you can see that the various rewards we've received. Interestingly, down in the lower right, the National Guardian Association awarded our public guardian, not necessarily a department that receives a lot of notoriety. And so congratulations to the team. In the year ahead, this is the last slide, I want to invite the commission as we work over the next 30 to 60 days. I do this every year. This is the list of things that if I stand ahead of you next year, I would hope to come back and show you we've either completed these or made meaningful progress on these. If there are things on this list that you don't think should be there, or if there are other things that you think should be on the list that are not there, we should talk individually and address those. But just real quickly, obviously regionalized dispatch and EMS. We'll complete the West Hills refurbishment over the next year and open the facility up for services. We are going to take the lead role in behavioral health administration for the region, and so we'll be doing a recruitment here in the first quarter. Senior services I've already talked about. We're going to upgrade our elections infrastructure, and we have 3 elections next year, as you all know. Big task, and you should know, I would say about 40% of your county manager's time these days is being spent with the elections group and the outside stakeholders in the SOS's office, et cetera, getting ready for that. One point that we haven't talked about publicly, engaging in the fiscal equity analysis with the cities of Reno and Sparks. So this, we've agreed along, I believe, with the city of Sparks to have a conversation with the city of Reno and take a look at the cost allocation formulas, the interlocal agreements that are on the books. Some of these things have been on the books for 30, 40, 50 years. It's time for them to be reevaluated to determine if those allocations are still valid or where there needs to be some adjustments. We're going to start with public safety as the first area that we're going to investigate, and those meetings get underway starting in January. What else is on the list? So we talked about broadband, sustainability. We're still working in some of the northern regions of the county, DEI, and then the last 2 are, again, sort of an outcome of the workshop. We're going to look at identifying funding sources and a path forward for a courthouse solution and for an infirmary at our jail. Okay, I know I took a lot of time, but there's been a lot going on. Again, I want to thank my team. I want to thank all the department heads who have helped make this such a good year from the standpoint of accomplishments. I want to thank you as commissioners for your guidance. And as we look towards 2024, there are a lot of positive things happening. And I look forward to working with you going forward to make them come to fruition. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Manager Brown. Wow. I mean, you look at that list, and that could be someone's career, what they've done in their career, and you've done this in one short year. I just want to start off the commission and comments and discussion with, I commend you. You've experienced a full Board of County Commissioner turnover, except for Commissioner Herman, who originally voted you in as manager. So that's hard. All new people are sitting at this dais. You have a new chair that you're working with. And I think that you've really done a great job in growing into these new personalities, these new priorities, and finding ways to find wins with all of the diverse board that you have. And I mean, the CARES campus, your leadership on the CARES campus from day one since I started on the board, and now where we're at, I mean, with an over 20% reduction of folks living even at the campus into permanent housing is such an incredible achievement. And my biggest question whenever I'm hiring someone or working with employees is, can they do the job? And I think you've shown you can. will I like them as they do it? And I will say, yes, I've really enjoyed working with you, Manager Brown. And do they love our community? And I can tell you love our community, speaking to people in our community. You are a known entity, and they feel like they can reach out to you, and you are accessible, and you want to solve our problems and make this community better, and I think you have in your seat. And so today, before the board, in collaboration with Manager Brown, I'm recommending that we look at these three things as amendments for his contract. A 1-year extension to the term of the agreement, extending severance from 6 months to 1 year, and a bonus in the amount, I'd like to see a bonus of 10%, which is $33,111.52. Manager Brown is not asking for a salary increase, even though he is not compensated at the level of all the directors around the region. And I think that Manager Brown, maybe you can discuss, why you are not seeking that out for the board as well.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. I do not ask for a salary increase. I'm sort of in solidarity with my rank and file employees. I'm very happy with the same arrangements that they have in terms of COLAs and that kind of thing. I did not ask for an increase last year and did not receive one. And I don't believe I've ever asked for an increase in pay, as some of my colleagues have done at other jurisdictions. I think the amount of money I make, I'm blessed to get. I'm very grateful for it. And so there's no ulterior motive or anything like that. I just think I feel blessed to be where I am doing what I'm doing. And I'm not asking for anything more than what my contract allows.
Thank you, Manager Brown, plus the additional things that we're asking for today. Thank you for that. I look to the board for discussion. I'll just start on the left and we can go over. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with the opening, probably the first line or two, talking about the performance feedback survey. I question that, and here's why I question that. As far as a arm's length transaction or arm's length evaluation, when the commissioners are part of the people that evaluate, but more importantly, when his staff, I wish we'd have spent more time on the presentation versus what the HR director, Ms. Hurley, gave us. But when you've got somebody that works for you, that you control their pay, you control their job, you control their retirement, and then they rate you, and then you use that rating to tell about what a great job you are. I just don't see an arm's length distance from that. So I'm worried about, not worried, I'm just questioning that. And then we go to the commissioners. Each and every commissioner that sits up here has some type of a working relationship with the manager. And, to keep that relationship going, we get a positive response. This is the same man that I can't seem to get anything on the agenda with, but those who support him seem to be able to get things either on the agenda or not on the agenda, one of the two. And there's a way to leverage that. If you don't get something on the agenda, you don't have to answer a question about how you feel about something. That's almost a shield, and that's a way to prevent the public to understand what's really taking place. So I think if you look at the folks that aren't commissioners that have to work with the manager, and you look at take the staff and the commissioners out, and you look at the department heads, and then the other last category, I forget exactly what that was called, but he's got a 78% approval rating with that. So how do you go from two groups that have almost a less than an arm's length relationship and get 100%, and then somebody that you don't really have a lot of control over gets 78%. So those are things that just come to my attention. And then I look at the salary of the governor of the state. The governor makes $163,000. Number 17th highest in 50 states. So you look at the size geographically and the population, and you look at, and then I've got Las Vegas, and I've got Henderson, and all the different counties. This county manager makes more than all of those other counties. And they're different, so many different things. Las Vegas has got 45 million visitors annually through Clark County. You look at how much money that the county manager makes in those places. And I'm not a Corn Ferry expert, but Corn Ferry, well, at least the way it was explained to me, Corn Ferry takes different areas, different counties, different cities, and kind of figures out the cost of living and the size and the scope of work. So I think that at this point in time, the county manager probably doesn't deserve a raise, and he's not asking for that. But the bonus, I'm wondering, what was the bonus for? A lot of the things that are on his list were those things that would have happened. Is he the only cause of all of those things on that list, or were a lot of those things going to happen anyhow? So, I mean, it's almost like you're taking credit for something that was going to happen already. So I'm concerned with that. And then lastly, I guess the most egregious thing that I see is a year severance package. What is that all about? It's probably over $500,000 to leave work. I mean, I just think that's a very a large amount. I think six months should be plenty for anybody. And then again, you've heard me say it before. I'm going to continue to say it again. The working class here, the labor force, the employees of the county, until we make them whole, I'm concerned about how the appearance of this looks. If you'll remember, it was just last year, before Corn Ferry, even though they knew Corn Ferry was on its way down the pike, that the folks were going to get a raise in August. The manager and his staff, the same ones who voted 100% for him at this point in time, were also the ones who got very large raises. So when do we get some equality here with the staff? So I'm going to be opposed to this on those reasons. I think that the county staff needs to be made whole. I know it might be a large number to some people, but $6 or $7 million to make the staff whole, I think is something that we need to invest in. We need to invest in our staff here. And again, I'll say it, I've said it before, these are Americans. If they get a pay raise, they're not going to open Swiss bank accounts. They're going to spend the money in the county and the community. The C-Tax will have benefited from that. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you for putting up with me. To Commissioner and Chair Hill's comments about having all new folks, and I'm certainly the newest, and your ability to, when I make appointments to see me and to explain things and to take time that in some cases may be more than others here who have that background is appreciated. I think from a leadership standpoint, really setting the tone of being a culture of inclusion and having an openness to speak sometimes about things that may be difficult or challenging is really, I see it in the staff and the ability to share their opinions and also to give them the autonomy. I think part of a great leader is to actually hire the right people and then give them the framework to which they work and then to let them do the job. And when you have the right people, they know what they're doing and then know the ability of when they need to actually have that support from, in this case, you, and I see that culture as well. I think the Korn Ferry study is certainly been at top of mind throughout just the short period of time that I'm here, but I think the accomplishments and the leadership that you've shown, warrant a big, appreciation from all. I do think that there's an opportunity at some point to talk about that, but I think Korn Ferry from this perspective needs to be put aside. And I think it needs to be your performance evaluation. And I also want to thank Patricia Hurley for taking the time in terms of offering some suggestions about looking at maybe expanding the scope to which the survey goes out, and really look at getting either even a pulse read from the entire organization, because even if they're not interacting directly with you, you are the leader of the organization, and you are Washoe County, and you are representing the entire community in various capacities. And I think their voice matters. So I do want to thank the HR director for giving me the time to at least share an opportunity of some things that might be in the future. But I do think that the stakeholders and the feedback, it was autonomous. You didn't necessarily know who was who and who said what. I think that the last 4 years, because during the presentation you also gave us the numbers for 2022, have been consistent in terms of performance. So I would absolutely commend you as well for not asking for an increase in pay. And as you just said, this looks like it's the second year that you've not asked for that. So I'd like to thank you for that. I'm not sure about the 6 months to a year, and I wanted to ask if I could, Madam Chair, the HR Director, what is the benchmark for comparable, especially in our community, with asking for severance from either 6 months, in this case, a request to extend to a year? Is that, what is that comparison of other jurisdictions and other comparable areas, if you have that information?
I do. And just to be clear too, Manager Brown's, the rate that he is paid is not done under Korn Ferry. It is market driven. And so just like you had said, there's comparators we use. So I wanted that to be really clear. Also, to let you know, when we did this study and we looked at the comparisons of executive officers around our region, Reno, City of Sparks, Clark County, Truckee Meadows, there is a growing trend, can't even speak correctly, to move from 6 months to 12 months. So that is what has been happening and occurring. Clark County has that. Unfortunately, City of Reno did not. Trying to look to see if I could see if they've changed that, but I believe they had. I can't speak for the City of Sparks because they didn't fill that information out. So just looking around our region and speaking.
They both have 1 year, and not with the City of Sparks interim, but I can speak to the last time we looked at this.
Perfect,
yes,
thank you.
Yes, this is like very normal throughout the entire region.
Yeah, it's NACO it's saying it's growing.
Yeah, it's equity. Really for Manager Brown, because of this job being so high profile, and that's why I felt like it was appropriate to offer today.
Thanks. I don't mean to take up any unnecessary time. I just wanted the clarification. I think it's important. I also am wondering, to that same point, in terms of comparison, is 5% or 10%? I'm just wondering, is that discretionary and is it all over the place, or is there a comparable percentage?
It is discretionary, but looking at what has happened in the past year for his comparables, again, City of Reno, City of Sparks did not take a bonus. That when he was there at the time, he only took a 5% rate base pay increase. So he did that, but the City of Reno did get a 10%. The Clark County has not come forward yet because he's new. Kevin Schiller, though he was there as the assistant county manager. He is now just only 1 year into his county managers. They haven't done his performance evaluation yet to get that. So looking at mainly those three comparators, I couldn't speak for Clark
And last
County
year we gave a 10% bonus
We
to the manager.
We did.
So we have done it before as a region, or as a county commission.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate it. So thanks for the indulgence of
Yeah,
the
of
additional questions and time. And again, and thank you, Ms. Hurley, for all of your time with me as well and asking a lot of questions prior to this meeting. I try and come as prepared as I possibly can, and I appreciate your indulgence as well. So I do, again, maybe I can just wrap this up and thank the county manager for all of your hard work and for your steadiness. And I say that, the calmness and steadiness, and at times, the surprising sense of humor that sometimes a sense of humor that comes out that you're not expecting, and it is very welcome at times as various discussions have warranted that levity, and I appreciate it. So I appreciate all your hard work. And you know what? I really appreciate the incredible team that you have. The caliber of people that are here are wonderful. From all of the folks in various capacities that I have experienced, really also is a testament to the high caliber of support that you're leading. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was crossing off things as my colleagues said them, so I won't repeat myself, but I did take some time to reflect on what it was like to come from two very large organizations, Washoe County School District and the University of Nevada, Reno. I've never had the honor of working with someone as close in this type of role, but it's been a tremendous pleasure all year, Manager Brown, and I just wanted to highlight a few things if I could. I know you started right before the pandemic, November 2019. Less than 6 months later, the world shuts down. You've got, 24 departments, 3,000 FTEs, almost 500 buildings and structures throughout the county. And on top of that, like my colleagues already mentioned, changing of the guard this year more recently. This is a tough job, and it's really, really tough when you layer on all of those things. And I don't have an opinion to share today. I want to base my comments on facts and on survey results and what I've heard other people say. And so the positive survey results and the e-comments that we had that people took the time to say, comments that you're not aware of as we attend different events, as we attend different board meetings, where people confide in us and tell us how easy it is to work with you, how professional you are, what a tremendous leader you are. Those are things that were not reflected today, but I wanted to bring that up, acknowledge you. First time I met you was on the Children's Cabinet Board. It was, in those early days, and I was there just as a mom. And I can tell you, even in those early days, I was very, very impressed by your leadership. And so we talked a lot today about leadership, integrity, and communication. I kept circling collaboration, and I wasn't seeing it really in the comments or the surveys, but you did have a slide on regional collaboration, and I think that's something that is an area that you really, really shine. And working with people is one thing, being a good team player, playing nice in the sandbox, right? But when you can actually sit down and work with people to get things done collaboratively and move the needle on those huge generational changes like you talked about, that's what sets you apart from the rest. And so I just want to wrap up by saying I'm 100% supportive of the extension of the term to 1 year, increasing the severance pay from 6 months to 12 months. I would have, personally thought you well deserved of a pay increase and a bonus. But the last thing I just want to say is, Manager Brown, you're the type of leader that this region needs and deserves. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Vice Chair Herman.
Well, you all have said some great things. I don't know, that's a hard act to follow. Well, I'd probably spent more time with you than the rest of these people on. And, every time I call, he always answers. And then when I ask him something, I get an answer. Or he says, I'll call you back with the answer, which he always follows through on. I can't fault him on that at all. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know how he does it, to be honest with you. People at the cabs are so impressed that the county manager shows up for the cab meetings. And so, and everybody I talk to has quite a bit of respect for this man standing here. And I honor him for not asking for anything. He just, you know, he wants to do the job. He signed up for it. Whatever he decides he wants, that's okay with me. So I'll vote for his raise if he wants one. But
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. That's great.
But he's not asking for it.
Right.
So, yeah, and I respect that.
Me too.
You know, he's looking out for the good of the county. He's done more for my district as a county manager than I could even expect. I mean, it's a lot. So I appreciate that. We got a lot more to do too, right? Thank you.
Absolutely. More work to be done. I saw Commissioner Clark. Did you sign in, or do you want to say anything else?
No.
Okay. With those great comments and feedback, I'd like to open it up to public comment, and I see we have some folks signed in. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Carol Burns.
Penny Brock for the record. Please put my comments in the record. First of all, I'm here to discuss the salary increase, what was in the agenda. I found that his current salary is $296,000 plus a year. He makes if the raise is approved, he would make over $27,000 a month. His contract was to have been renegotiated in 2023, was put off from last year. It wasn't renegotiated this year. So as a taxpayer, I'm wondering why not. The average salary in Reno is $51,000 a year, according to ZipRecruiter. So the taxpayers, just to compare, $51,000 with almost $300,000 for our county manager. The annual salary of the President of the United States is $400,000, overseeing 339, almost 340 million people. The county manager oversees a population of 480,000. The Clark County manager, where the population is 2,359,000, that county manager, Kathleen Otto, will see her pay go up 20% in 3 years. And this was as of last year. So in 2023, her salary is $198,000 for overseeing more than 2 million people, compared with our county manager overseeing 480,000 at almost $300,000. So my question is, the manager did his job. That's why you get paid, for doing your job. I don't know why he should get a bonus for doing his job. What did he really do that went over and above? Secondly, he's under contract. He's not under the Corn Ferry salary like the other employees. He is an employee, but he's under contract, and that's different than all of our other wonderful county employees. And then I don't understand why the severance package should go up to a year. If he's doing such a great job, why is he afraid he's going to be fired? Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Burns, followed by Janet Butcher. Carol Burns, looks like she left. Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments verbatim into the minutes. I do have to agree, I've seen Manager Brown be very calm and very pleasant. Statistically, from what I was able to gather, his salary is 252% higher than the average and 220% higher than the median salaries in Washoe County. I know it's a big job, but wow. I don't think there were any disasters this year. Usually you receive a nice bonus when you've recovered from something. I did kind of a little survey earlier this year in counties that were comparable to the size of our county throughout the U.S. And the difference in the budget was unbelievable. I mean, we're talking from the highest other one I saw comparable was $832,000 in New Jersey, with about the same amount of people. So I kind of took those two and went out to try to see what their county managers or administrators made, and there's about $1,000 difference, really. I was glad that Mr. Brown brought up the elections group and the subsequent election outside resources that he has had to call in to help him and Jamie Rodriguez with putting the elections correct or right. Why did we have to go to outside sources? We're paying, aren't we? Isn't that what we're paying him for? And I do want to bring up, last December, he sat up here and he misinformed the body and the public that they did not have any qualified applicants come forth for the Register of Voters. And we later found out who did put their name in, and that was complete, utter, I'll just call it information. And don't forget to caucus.
Thank you.
Gary Schmidt, followed by Scott Finley.
For the record, Gary Schmidt. As a way of background, I ran for a county commission twice. I ran in 2010, but lost by 1.5 percentage votes. I mentioned earlier that I've been attending county commission meetings for 50 years, longer than many people in this room have been alive, including commissioners. And when I ran for county commissioner, I had on my platform 2 times that, well, let me back up a little bit. For those of you that may not know, that the county commission here only hires basically one person, the county manager. And the county manager is responsible for the hiring or the termination of about 2,500 people. On my platform was that the amount of assistant county managers, currently at 4, should all be hired by the county commissioner, not just the county commission, not just the manager, but the assistant managers. It requires a little legislative change and in the charter, but it's relatively easy to do. And that what you should do is perhaps even rotate them, but you should have the county manager and assistant sitting up here. You should have an assistant county manager sitting in the office up there when the county manager is here and elsewhere. And anybody calls in for the county manager, someone answers, county manager is not available right now, but I'm Gary Schmidt and I'm the assistant county manager. How could I help you? And you will, in essence, I'm a firm believer in the marketplace and competition. And you would then have 4 county managers in waiting. And if you lose your county manager, through termination, resignation, or health issues, you wouldn't have to go through a panic trying to, where do we get someone to come in and take on this big responsibility? You'd have 4 people ready to do that. And throughout the year, you'd have 4 people thinking they'd like that job and competing for it. So you'd have competition, and the system might run a lot smoother. When I was in a nightclub bar business, I had about 50 to 70 people. I made it a point of firing 2 or 3 of them every week. Fear is a great motivator. The carrot is a great motivator, but fear is a great motivator. And one last thing, when you're out there in the county and you're working next to somebody totally worthless, that's a morale breaker. I want to know how many people you've fired in the last year. Should be at least 50 or 100. I know there's 50 or 100 worthless people working for this county. Thank you. It's probably about maybe like 500.
Scott Finley.
Please enter my comment into the record pursuant to NRS 241. I actually wasn't planning on speaking on this, but with what was brought up about the Corn Ferry, my name is Scott Finley for the record. What was brought up about the Corn Ferry wage issue, that needs to be resolved. And I understand that the 12-month severance pay is the standard, but is there any way to separate that from the lump sum bonus and come back to the bonus at a later date? Because the issue is it's going to affect morale, and it's a perception issue, and perception is everything. And if it can happen to some of those employees, then it can happen to any of the county employees here. So for that reason, I think if possible, to separate the bonus from this agenda item and possibly bring it back maybe 2 months later. I wouldn't make it contingent on what happens to the Corn Ferry issue, more of that it's finalized. Either something's going to be done about it or it's not going to be done about it. These people are not going to be strung along. So that's my thought on that issue. And then in addition, it was brought to my attention that I guess there's currently a lawsuit against County Manager Eric Brown by Robert Beatles. I don't know if you're taking that into consideration or not, but yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we are at the point, if there's no further board discussion of a motion, Commissioner Clark, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that just because other jurisdictions and other municipalities are going towards a one-year termination package doesn't mean that we have to. You know, you learn as a young kid, just because everybody's jumping off the bridge doesn't mean you need to jump off the bridge. So I think 6 months is more than adequate for that situation. The other thing is, in addition to just talking about what we think, I think something that I'd like to suggest for Manager Brown in the future, and I hope he takes me up on it. It's been brought up numerous times, so this is some direction versus some criticism. I'd like to see a Citizens Advisory Board being involved in the elections and in the Registrar of Voters Office. I'd like to see some citizen involvement. It can be bipartisan, tripartisan, whatever it takes, but the citizens of this county have said it time and time again, and I agree with them. They want some input. We seem to be able to run to the elections group, and we run to this one, and we run to that one. We hire these experts from afar. Local folks need to have a voice here, and that's always lacking. It's brought up time and time again, so that's something I'd hope would be something on your to-do list in the future, is bringing in some folks who live here and get their input. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments? I'm not seeing any. So we have a motion in the staff report if a board member would like to try to take a stab on it. The amount is that I'm recommending for bonus is $33,111.52.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to acknowledge the performance evaluation of Washoe County Manager Eric Brown, including the results from the 2023 Performance Feedback Survey, to adopt priorities and expectations for the county manager, to approve a single lump sum merit bonus in the amount of $33,111.57.
52 cents.
52. Can we round up to $33,112 to approve an amendment to Section 2.A of the County Manager's Employment Agreement to extend the term of the agreement for one additional year to November 21st, 2025, to approve an amendment in Section 2.C of the County Manager's Employment Agreement to increase severance pay from 6 months of the manager's annual base salary to 12 months of his annual base salary, to authorize the chair to sign the amendments, and to authorize the Comptroller's Office and Human Resources to make all necessary adjustments.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and I will second that. Any questions on the motion? I'm not seeing any, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, and I think that passes, let's see, 4-1. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Manager. We're thrilled to continue to work with you on these great initiatives. We will now move into item 9. The manager is proceeding to the to his microphone to help us with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 9 is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement between Washoe County and St. James Village, Inc. for St. James Village, a residential subdivision. The purpose of the development agreement is to extend the deadline for recording the next final map from October 16th, 2023 to October 16th, 2025, and to adopt amended conditions of approval, WAC 23-0013. The project is located along the central portion on both sides of Joy Lake Road, west of the I-580 freeway. The project encompasses a total of approximately 626 acres, and the total number of residential lots allowed by the approved tentative map is 530. The parcels are located within the Forest Planning Area and Washoe County Commission District Number 2. The APN 046-08040, 046-060-45, and 47. 046-131-24, 046-112-06, 046-133-15 and 17, 046-180-12, 14 and 15, 150-4, 011.07, 156-040-09, 10, 11, and 14, 156-111-23, and 156-141-04. And if approved, schedule a public hearing, second reading, and possible adoption of the ordinance for January 9th, 2024, and authorization for the chair to execute the development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think we need a staff presentation on this matter. Welcome, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on. Don't know if it is. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, Trevor Lloyd with Planning and Building. Just wanted to make one correction to the description. I guess we just found out that the January 9th meeting has been canceled, and so would like to change that, if possible, to the January 23rd for the second reading.
Great. Yes, that's right.
Okay, as Manager Brown indicated, the request before you is for a development agreement between Washoe County and St. James Village, Inc. And the primary purpose is to extend the deadline for recording the next final map in the series of final maps to October 16th of 2025. The application was submitted prior to October 16th of this year, and for that reason, it essentially created a placeholder so that it would stay the expiration of this tentative map. The St. James development is located within the forest area plan at the southern terminus of the public portion of Joy Lake Road. The development was originally approved in 1992. It has gone through a series of final map and final map extensions, as well as one additional development agreement, which occurred back in 2012. The tentative map was originally approved for 530 lots. However, it is anticipated that at build-out, that number will be reduced significantly down to about 467 total residential lots as a result of the construction of the I-580 freeway. The image above shows the existing site plan. That's the current lot layout. And the next image shows the lot layout at build-out of the full development. Now, fortunately, through this DA process, Washoe County has the opportunity to impose additional conditions, and several conditions that are imposed are a benefit to Washoe County. Specifically, that the park staff has requested several new conditions requiring the dedication of a 15-foot wide non-motorized public trail easement, additional trail connections to adjacent public lands, and a condition to help protect the natural and cultural resources, it says recourses, that should say resources along Steamboat Creek. Also, engineering staff has asked to impose a new condition that future final map submittals shall comply with the current Washoe County Development Code requirements. Section 110.814.30D of the Washoe County Code requires the board to make the four findings shown above as part of the record. Staff believes that the extension of the subdivision is in the best interest of Washoe County and recommends approval of the proposed development agreement. That completes my presentation. I can answer any questions that you have. The applicant's representative, Ken Crater, is also here, and I believe he has a presentation to offer as well.
Okay. Mr. Crater, would you like to come up and give us a please short presentation?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ken Crater with Crater Consulting Group, and I'll be brief. I have a presentation, but essentially the reason we're making this request is when this project was originally approved by Washoe County, the water system was approved as a tree system, meaning that we would have one branch going down St. James Parkway and another branch down Joy Lake Road. And that was done specifically by Washoe County Water Department of Resources at the time as water purveyor, because they didn't see the benefit cost ratio in connecting those two systems. It's a relatively small water system, and it would have been very costly to make that connection. And furthermore, it would require that connection going down literally a 40 to 50 foot deep canyon to the bottom of Browns Creek and back up the other side, which would have environmental impacts. And ultimately, this system will be looped because as the Sierra Reflections project is developed, that will finally allow for the looping of the site. When the freeway was constructed, we worked with NDOT to make sure that we had large sleeves constructed underneath the freeway that will allow us to put water lines in there eventually. And so we've been working with TUMWA on this for a long time. We presented all kinds of different options to phase the looping in, but bottom line, their request to loop the entire thing zoning right now would literally cost $460,000 per lot for the small number of lots that we're requesting in these final maps. So that's really the reason we've gone to court with this. We've gone through mediation, and we will reach a resolution. This thing will be developed, but this extension of time will allow us the time to work with TUMWA to go through the process and hopefully come up with a looping plan that is phased, that works economically. Having to put in $7 million right now to loop 23 lots just doesn't work financially, again, at $460,000 per lot. So we're in full agreement with all of staff's additional conditions. In fact, we fully support the offering of dedication for the trails along Galena. I think that's a great thing. One of the things that slipped through the cracks, and obviously the public as well as the residents lose that trail. And so I think that's a great thing for the community. So I hope that the commission supports this, gives us this extension of time. And right now, this project is ripe for completion. The sales have been super strong, and it's one of the few projects, if not the only one, that allows people moving here to buy their dream lot and build their dream home, their custom home. It's been a very successful project. It's very high quality. I think that's the reason over the years we've had support from the community, as they recognize the quality that this development has put into that area. So I'll leave it at that and ask you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crater. Okay, we have 3 public commenters, so unless board members have questions you want to ask before the public commenters come up, I can bring those up. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is my district, and I've asked to talk with Mr. Crater. I asked to have this moved back. I didn't have an opportunity to talk with him, and again, I don't know why that didn't happen, but I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any other board members before we open it up to public comment? All right, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Penny Brock for the record. I'm addressing this issue because I lived in Galena Forest. We moved there in 1988. So we went through the battle with St. James Village. One of the huge issues we had, and you see that the map was approved at that time for it, was the high density. So they didn't do the high density, they just did larger lots with the custom homes. One of the huge issues was Joy Lake Road. Joy Lake Road was not built for St. James Village. Homes with their driveways go right out onto Joy Lake Road. The fact is that most every home today has 2 cars. When this is built out, that will put an additional 1,000 cars, not only on Joy Lake Road, but on Mount Rose Highway. And one of the biggest arguments that we brought forward was the fire danger. More housing means an increase of possible fire danger. The other thing is, how do you evacuate an additional 1,000 cars in the event of fire? So they did build a road going down to through Washoe Valley, but that goes towards Carson City. So they all want to use Joy Lake Road because it accesses Mount Rose Highway. So the other issue is, for the neighbors in Galena Forest, St. James Village is a gated community. And they were not going to open that gate in the event of an evacuation. So these are some of the issues that Galena Forest has now. I no longer live in that neighborhood. I called a couple of my friends up in Galena, but they weren't able to be here today. They don't know about this. One of the answers for Joy Lake Road, that the developer back at that time put what we called the humps, the bumps on the road to slow the traffic down. But that's not an answer. When they're going to build almost 500 more homes with 1,000 cars on Joy Lake Road and Mount Rose Highway, this is an issue that cannot be ignored by responsible planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Lowe, followed by Gary Schmidt.
For the record, Cliff Lowe, sorry I wasn't up here more quickly. I think one of the many qualifications I don't have to be a county commissioner is the kind of stamina it takes to get through one of these meetings, and this isn't the longest, as you know better than I. I would like to point out that this St. James Village, and certainly this portion of it, it may be in the forest area plan, but it's in the Washoe Valley watershed. So it has an effect on Washoe Valley, which we call home. You've heard I am asking you to not approve this, to at least postpone this until Commissioner Clark has an opportunity to meet with the applicant, or just turn this down altogether on a matter of process. The staff report says when the tentative subdivision map was approved, the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners determined the development was consistent with the master plan. Which master plan? The one that was in effect in 1992? The one that's currently been in effect for some 13 years or so? How does it fit with the master plan that will take effect very soon? I don't know. It doesn't say. There's also a lot of a big reason for this that the applicant spoke about was the situation with the water, and requires, the staff report says that resolution of the water issues is needed to move forward. Do you folks remember when Tumwa took over Washoe County Water? December 31, 2014, 9 years ago. That's a long time. These things should not be going on forever. To provide us a tentative map or a final map, whichever map it is, it shouldn't be going on this long. These things need resolution. They need to be done with, not continually extended. And one other thing here I'd mention that the staff report mentions is that under Washoe County Code, notice of the public hearing and possible adoption of a development agreement must be sent to all property owners within 300 feet of the property. How many people do you think that is? I suspect not many. The lots are pretty large around there. Not many people are even going to get this notice. And you folks wonder, it's a question of not many people are here. I think a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't care. A lot of people will come around and complain after the fact. So I would think you should turn this down, or at a minimum postpone this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Schmidt.
For the record, Gary Schmidt. I'm the longtime owner of the Reindeer Lodge on Mount Rose Highway, just over 50 years. I was up there, living up there when the Mount Rose Highway went like this in waves before they flattened it out. And on Mondays, when there was a big snowstorm, the ski area was closed on Mondays. So if there's a big storm on Sunday night, they didn't clear Mount Rose Highway. The snow could be all the way down to South Virginia. And I oftentimes took my snowmobile all the way down the middle of Mount Rose Highway to South Virginia, on occasion to pick up people that were visiting the Reindeer Lodge. A history lesson, and I hate to keep revealing how ancient I am, but if you look at your history maps, Joy Lake Road is a historical wagon trail road, not train, but wagon road. And if you go back into the 20s and 30s, the road from the summit, if you would, down substantially where Mount Rose Highway is, cut off at Joy Lake Road. Joy Lake Road was part of it, and went to the Washoe Valley. The rest of that Mount Rose Highway didn't exist. Geiger Grade didn't exist. And 150 years ago, actually more than that, during the gold rush in Virginia City, the wagons would used to go down through Carson, through Washoe Valley, up Joy Lake Road, up to Mount Rose to cut ice in the fall and in the spring, to take it down the same way up to Virginia City. It's a historic, pioneer trail that should have never been gated. And your predecessors are very guilty of allowing that to happen. And I would suggest that if at all possible, you condition any further development out there with the opening up of that gate and removal of it for historic purposes. And I think that that road belongs to the public and has for almost 200 years. And that would be commensurate with safety issues people mentioned here. You could control the traffic a little bit by speed limits and speed bumps, but that gate is an impetus to getting off the mountain in a fire. Even if you open the gate and people can go that way, they won't know it because there used to be a gate there, and the traffic will pile up on the Mount Rose Highway down to 395, and it contributes to the safety factor. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in, and I need to put on the record this will be bill number 1900 if introduced.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I keep on messing up these introductions and second readings, so I appreciate your patience with me. Okay, so with that in mind, I looked to the DA today. So we had already agendized this item. I didn't know that Commissioner Clark didn't want it on the agenda until we had already posted it. I spoke to the applicant. The applicant wanted to keep it on the agenda. My understanding is that we should proceed if that is the case. I just need a little bit of guidance from you.
Sure, I think I can kind of solve the dilemma for today because you're not adopting. Here's the good news.
It's a first reading.
Exactly. You're not adopting the ordinance. You're just doing the first reading, and that leaves time for Commissioner Clark to still meet with Mr. Crater prior to the second reading, which is when potential adoption would occur. So I think that probably covers the concerns on that issue. That's just an observation.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
And on the record Mr. Edwards, I asked you if there was any problem with me meeting with the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes, and I indicated that it would be fine if you met with the applicant.
So I was going through the proper procedures and ran it by the DA's office to make sure that, that I had the ability to talk to the applicant. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. So it looks like we have even more time because the second reading won't be until January 23rd, 2023 for Commissioner Clark to meet with the applicant. And so with that in mind, if there's no other commissioner comments, Commissioner Andriola? Yes, please, please.
I just wanted to clarify that because it is the first reading that there is an opportunity for Commissioner Clark to meet. So with that, I'll make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1900 and set the public hearing and second reading of the ordinance for possible adoption during the January, what is the date?
23rd. My apologies.
2024.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone for your discussion on that. And now we will move to item 10.
Item 10 is a recommendation to adopt 7 resolutions accepting real property for use as public streets, which pertain to portions of 6 official plats and 1 irrevocable offer of dedication as listed below.
Thank you. Yes.
Totaling 23.19 acres and 3.59 linear miles. And if approved, direct the clerk's office to record the resolutions to accept.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do we need a staff presentation on this issue? This is something that we do quite often as the board is to accept these roads into the county.
I'm good.
Okay, looking to the rest of the board, I'm not seeing anyone signed in. So I am looking for a motion. Oh, excuse me.
Just for the record, there is no public comment.
Thank you. I didn't see any, and so I'm sorry, but thank you for that.
That's what it's scheduled for. That's what it's scheduled for.
And I'm happy to make the motion. So I move to adopt 7 resolutions accepting real property for use as public streets, which pertain to portions of 6 official plots and 1 irrevocable offer of dedication as listed below, totaling 23.19 acres and 3.59 linear miles. And if approved, direct the clerk's office to record the resolutions as listed in the staff report.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any question on the motion by the board? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And now we're going back to our public hearings. And the final public hearing on the agenda is item number 12. Is this the manager or the clerk? This is the manager, I think. Yes, thank you.
Public hearing on resolution R23-163 to allow for objections and possible action to approve a sign location lease for an outdoor advertising structure between Washoe County, the leaseor, and Lamar Companies, the leasee, retroactive to June 1st, 2023 for a 36-month term with option to renew for 24 additional months for the continued use of a portion of land approximately 250 square feet, identified as assessor's parcel number APN 008-211-51, formerly APN number 008-211-46, to allow a billboard sign for rental fee to Washoe County in the amount of $1,750 monthly, pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 244.2833.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And we had a discussion about this sign at our previous board meeting, but would the board like to get a quick staff presentation? Yes, okay. Come on up, Mr. Crump.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Eric Crump with Washoe County's Community Services Department. So just to kind of jog your memory, this is the second part of a resolution that this board adopted on November 28th regarding a sign location lease for an existing billboard on county-owned property that's commonly referred to as the CARES campus. For some background on this billboard, the billboard lease, the billboard is an existing billboard. It is within the City of Reno. Consequently, the City of Reno's development code and ordinances apply. As I understand it, the billboard is a legal, non-conforming sign. The lease was originally between Lamar and a private property owner. The City of Reno purchased that property and was assigned the lease. And then subsequently, that property was transferred to Washoe County from the City of Reno, and the lease was assigned to us, and it has recently expired. The proposed lease is for a 36-month term with an option to renew for an additional 24 months with a rental fee of $1,750 a month or $21,000 annually. I've confirmed the location of the billboard does not currently interfere with any current or at least future known operations of that location. But again, it doesn't provide really any benefit to the county other than the revenue source. For full disclosure, I have received 3 emails in objection to this lease. There were representatives from Lamar here. They recently just had to notify me that they had to leave, so unfortunately they're not here, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Great, thank you so much. I have Commissioner Clark signed in.
As I mentioned, thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I can't believe the speed with what just came back. We were just talking about this 2 weeks ago, and it's back again. So I salute you for bringing it back so quickly. I wish all things happened that quickly in this county, but unfortunately they don't. That being said, I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at, I've been trying to meet with the folks from Scenic Nevada about this, and again, it happened so fast, I missed an opportunity to meet with those folks. But Ms. Ray in particular. You know, she sent a lot of information. You know, she said in a letter, "We hope that you uphold the 20-plus years of prohibiting billboards in Washoe County and respect the wishes of county residents, including Reno, where almost 60% of registered voters banned new billboard construction and new permits." So I'm going to be standing with the 60% of the folks that don't appreciate billboards in our area. I think they're unsightly in many cases. And then I look at, you know, the number of elected officials, current and past, that have accepted in-kind contributions from Lamar. So, you know, I'm worried about that as well. I mean, is this a quid pro quo again? We got Naomi Jardin accepted $4,375 in kind. Starvos Anthony, $5,000. Hillary Sheevy, $4,000. Devin Reese, $3,000. So a lot of political insiders in our community have accepted money from those folks at Lamar, and they have a right to conduct business however they can conduct it. But in this particular case, I think that the county should be out of the billboard business based on the fact that 60% of the folks, and it was a nonpartisan 60%, are not in favor of billboards. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Quick question. So we saw this already on the agenda once, and I was bugging you back then. So we're not really in the billboard business as a county. We have two, correct? This one and the one at the park in South Valley's Regional Park, correct?
Correct. Commissioner Garcia, through the chair. To my knowledge, we have two billboards on county property. Both were on property before we acquired the property, so we kind of inherited them, yes.
And I asked you what would eventually happen, and you said once that park, as the development goes along, it would eventually go away. What I wanted to ask, though, is when it goes away, who's responsible for paying for the removal of the structure? Is it the county or is it Lamar?
It would be Lamar.
Okay.
It's their property, so they would remove. Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the sign weren't there, we'll be getting nothing for the property, right?
That is correct.
And so this might help pay somebody's
Yes.
wage. That's what I'm thinking.
Me too.
Just, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Commissioner Andriola.
I really, again, through the county manager, want to thank staff for indulging a lot of questions that I had on this, including trying to identify actually how long this sign has been in place, and was it actually in place before the voters voted. And it is in place, and it's my understanding at least the earliest it can be identified is 1997. Is that correct?
I think the latest that we found was 1999. But
1999,
yeah.
off a couple years. So who actually, is it Washoe County who owns this sign?
No, the sign is owned by Lamar. We're just simply doing a land lease for the sign.
So the sign technically is owned, that property is owned by Lamar. Well, the actual sign structure, it is owned by Lamar, not the land that it sits on.
Correct. The structure is owned by Lamar, yes.
Okay, and it was inherited when the transfer of property, as you said, from City of Reno to Washoe County, and that's how that happened.
Correct.
And so is there anything in the code, in Washoe County code, that I know that there's been transfers and things, but is there anything in Washoe County that actually would prohibit this from moving forward legally?
So if I may, I'm going to defer to Planning Manager Trevor Lloyd. He's far more familiar with development code in Washoe County.
All right. Through the chair, Commissioner Andriola, the property is actually under the jurisdiction of the city of Reno. There's nothing in Washoe County's code that can enforce properties within the city. So we are Washoe County's code only regulates signs that are in unincorporated Washoe County. That being said, there is a provision for Washoe County properties to allow for billboards to continue in perpetuity as grandfathered uses. But there is currently a prohibition against the placement of or erection of new billboards throughout unincorporated Washoe County.
Thank you. And that to me is a major difference, because we're not going to be looking at erecting a new sign, and because it was inherited and because there's a financial benefit to be used as well, Lamar owns that as well. So that, I think, is an important piece, and I am going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. DA Edwards, I have you signed in.
I want to add to what Mr. Lloyd was just explaining on the differences in code. It's actually really significant here because under the county sign code, billboards have to be removed when the lease is terminated or when it expires. This one's expiring. It's not terminated or did expire. But under the city's sign code, it does not have the expiration component. It only talks about termination. So it is, you are allowed to extend this lease is what I'm getting at. That does come into significant play here, though.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. Again, the voters voted and have made their voices known that they're opposed to billboards. We're not splitting hairs with them. They don't like billboards. The county inherited this. It was in the city of Reno. We inherited it when we acquired the CARES campus. We have an opportunity to get rid of it for the, you know, in the big scheme of things, the $20,000 a year rental that we might receive on this, is it worth the bad public will that we're going to receive for maintaining this? That's the question. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to keep this thing going? I'll tell you, this is on the, as you're going from 80 onto 580 South, right? It's a big, ugly billboard. Go drive and look at it. It's distracting. That's a dangerous conversion of two major highways there, and they've got this big billboard staring you right in the face. Go drive that intersection. I drive it almost daily. It's not good looking. People don't like billboards, but do whatever you want to do. You know, we've got elections coming up, and that's when people will reach back out and show you how they vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, it looks like we have some public comment. Wait, Commissioner Garcia, sorry.
A quick question. I talked to Ms. Cersei the last time this was agendized, and she said she really didn't see it. It didn't really impact the CARES campus operations from a county perspective in terms of maintenance or trying to get around that structure. Do you see any issues in operational issues, I guess is what I'm trying to say?
Commissioner Garcia, through the chair, again, Eric Crump for the record. I checked with Ms. Cersei and Brett Steinhardt as our capital project manager, kind of current operations and future operations. Where it sits right now is kind of behind the CARES structure, so it's out of kind of any kind of the day-to-day operational area, does not impact anything, but again, doesn't add really any benefit as well. So it's really just a policy decision whether or not the board wants to move forward.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes. First up, we have Penny Brock, followed by William Naylor.
I'm not the county.
Penny Brock for the record. Please put my comments in the record and my handout in the record also. We, the voters, spoke. We don't want billboards in Washoe County or the city of Reno, city of Sparks. Reno already has the reputation of being a ticky-tacky town. Billboards lend to the ticky-tacky reputation. So this is a chance to get rid of this billboard. And I would ask that you vote to get rid of it, to ban it. It's coming under a new contract. So this is the perfect time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Naylor.
For the record, William Naylor. I've been a longtime member of Scenic Nevada. I was on their board for quite a few numbers of years. I do support their efforts to reduce billboard and sign blight in the Truckee Meadows. I kind of looked this up, and I'm hearing two things. If you look at the sign code in the development code, section 500, I think it's 60, basically says that you cannot have signs on county property with some exceptions. If you go back up to see the exceptions, which I think is in area 500.5, billboards are not listed as an exception. They talk about political signs during the season, graveyard, stones, those kinds of things. Anyway, I guess it comes down to Mr. Edwards' interpretation of whether the development code only applies to Washoe County property outside, in the unincorporated areas, or whether it applies to all Washoe County property. And I know that myself and a bunch of citizens spent a great deal of time developing this sign code, and I hate to see a loophole like the fact that this Washoe County property is not in the unincorporated area, stopping you from getting rid of this sign since the lease has expired. I guess it's a legal decision, and I'm going to leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Schmidt, followed by Cliff Lowe.
For the record, Gary Schmidt, in the interest of transparency, I would point out that the open meeting law requires you to have a complete and clear statement of what's to be considered on the agenda. And on the agenda, you do identify the parcel numbers for this billboard, but you don't identify the street address. And I would argue that it's not clear and complete, and you should have had at least the street address. And then I'd move further in your supporting materials. You do have the street address, but you don't have a simple thing. What should we have in there? Maybe a photograph? I think so. Somebody's a little delinquent in this particular item. And going to the gist of it, and Mr. Edwards, I believe, and he could correct me or opine otherwise if he wants, that Washoe County cannot regulate billboards within the city of Reno. That would be their equivalent of their development code. You happen to own the property, you don't own the billboard, so there has to be some sort of lease between the billboard owner and the property, and you can function and remove the billboard from your property, or you are charged with complying with city ordinances in relation to billboards. But it looks to me that you probably have the opportunity here to remove that billboard, and I weigh in a little bit. I'm kind of a libertarian, but the law is the law, and I weigh in a little bit with Commissioner Clark. If 60% of the people I don't know if that was the county as a whole or in Reno, don't want billboards, and you, as a good citizen of the city of Reno, owning that property, I would think it'd be reasonable, if you had a reasonable path to remove that billboard, that you would remove it. And I don't think you have to remove the billboard. If the owner of the billboard's lease or rights to have the billboard there has expired, if whoever drafted that lease has had an ounce of intelligence, there would be a provision in there that upon the expiration they have to remove the billboard. So if the lease which you now hold in the city of Reno is expired and you have the opportunity to make a decision whether to extend it or not, and if you look at the terms of the lease, and if you don't extend it, then you can demand that the owner of the billboard remove it at his expense. That's what you should consider.
Cliff Lowe.
Hello again. For the record, Cliff Lowe. I was unable to speak to this item on the 28th because we were meeting with Mr. Lloyd on master plan and development code matters. Be leaders, please. Having signs allowing an ugly billboard on property that you own is not what Washoe County is about. In fact, I'm going to read to you from the new master plan. And this is one of the principles for Washoe Valley, but it says maintain scenic resources within the county. Policy 1.1, collaborate with all planning partners to identify and protect the region's significant visual gateways and view sheds, including ridge lines, buttes, mountains, and riparian corridors. Seems pretty clear to me for you to allow this ugly sign. Actually, if it were a beautiful sign, it wouldn't be any different because it still would be an eyesore. For you to allow this sign would seem to contradict the master plan and the principles that you have signed on to. Right? Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in from the public.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. DA Edwards, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to clarify what I have opined on. First and foremost, there's been some discussion. Does the city's code apply or does the county code apply? All right. So the introductory section in the county sign code, the very first sentence, says that it is meant to provide a legal framework for the regulation of signs. I'm paraphrasing, but now I'm going to quote, in the unincorporated Washoe County, end quote. So that is the scope of the county's sign code is in the unincorporated Washoe County. It does not apply in the incorporated city. That takes us to the city's sign code. I've looked over provisions in the city's sign code as well. 18.05.203 is their section on non-conforming permanent off-premise advertising displays, which is a fancy way basically of saying billboards, and that's what we're talking about here. So that's the section that talks about terminations and those types of things, whereas the county's code says if it expires or is terminated, it has to be removed, but that doesn't apply, so we're in the cities. Bottom line is, my opinion is, there's nothing in the law that requires you to extend this lease, and there's nothing in the law that prohibits you from extending this lease, so it is your decision.
Thank you, DA Edwards, and I think that is like what we do all the time. We are policymakers. We make decisions that the law doesn't necessarily dictate either or. We have to sit up here and make a decision. And I see Commissioner Garcia signed in.
I'm so neutral on this, and you did not help my neutrality at all.
Right.
I mean, you grow up in Nevada. I'm from a rural town, I-80 corridor. I mean, this part of Nevada, so I understand that side, but then I understand the importance of our scenic beauty here. I don't really consider the Spaghetti Bowl a tremendous asset to our scenic beauty, but do you know how many billboards are in that little section? I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Too many.
How many do we guess are existing there?
For the record, Eric Crump with Washoe County's Community Services Department. I couldn't venture to guess. It's funny, now that I've been dealing with this lease, I drive home that way, going from 80 eastbound to 580 south. There are 2 billboards. One is off our property, but they're very close, and then there's one on their property. But there's a lot, I'm sure.
There's a lot,
but on
especially
that particular corner, there are 2. Yeah.
Right. So we're looking at $63,000 of lost revenue over a 36-month period, and then if we tack on the additional 2-year, so it's $105K of revenue. The current revenues go into the general fund as it stands.
That is correct.
Okay. That's the struggle. It's $105,000 of potential revenue. So I don't know if we can have some more discussion on it. I'm still neutral.
Yeah. Madam Chair?
I have the Vice Chair, and then, yes, I will
sorry.
come to you. Vice Chair Herman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is there a possibility that the county could be sued if they didn't go along with the contract, or is that going to cost us money, or what's the deal? Can somebody tell me that?
Yeah, could you be sued? Yes. There's a lot of litigation out there from sign companies versus local governments. You know, and in cases where they've prevailed, they've gotten, in some of those instances, large amounts of money because the revenue stream over the life of the sign can be pretty substantial. So that is a risk that you would be taking if you decided not to approve this lease. But as I'm reading the documents, the lease itself no longer, I mean, it's expired. The lease is expired, or not expired, sorry. Yes, it expired. I was thinking terminated. It expired. There is no lease currently in effect. There's just sort of an impromptu kind of patchwork of continuation of status quo at this point in time. And the question is there going to be a lease or not? And I think that calls into question your core authority as a board and a property manager, whether or not you want to extend that or not.
So one more question for you,
Yes.
please. In these sign contracts, is there anything for when the sign gets so dilapidated that it's becoming a problem? Or is there a maintenance agreement that goes with this? How do we determine whether they can rebuild the sign or not?
Yes. So there's a provision in the city code that says that says billboards. I'm not going to read that whole fancy name again. That says billboards may be continued, and again, may be continued until they're required to be removed because termination of the lease, or they're destroyed or damaged in excess of 50% of the structural value because of a disaster or weather or those types of things. So that's a point in time when it can be ordered removed. My opinion, as I'm sitting here right now, is that the owner of the sign would be responsible for removing the sign if the legal right to keep it there is no longer in effect. That would be my opinion. I would consider that the same as if you had a lease at an apartment. You've got to remove your vehicles from the parking area of the apartment when your lease is expired. You're not.
So who determines what condition it's in?
Well, I think the county can always keep an eye on, the condition of the sign, and they can address that with the sign owners if there's ever a problem. We've dealt with this in the past. There was a series of signs out on the old 395 before the new freeway was built, and they were kind of along that area in Steamboat out in that vicinity, if you remember some of those old billboards. And there was kind of up to Washoe Hill, and there was kind of a series of disputes that arose about the condition of the signs down there, and those ultimately got resolved, and the freeway got built, and then nobody cared anymore about what was going on. But the county's always in a position where it can approach the sign owners with a concern or that type of a thing, especially if it's a dangerous condition or something like that. The county's always in a position where it can do something like that. Can point out to the sign owners, for example, that it's become dangerous, it's not functional, there's some aesthetic problem with it or something like that in terms of its structural integrity. So the county's in a position to be able to protect itself with respect to that aspect of it.
Can something be added? A condition added to accomplish that?
Potentially, yes. I would say that if you're going to add provisions to the lease, that rather than me try and shoot from the hip on that right here at the dais, we would probably want to kick this out and have some language put together for that, because I don't want to leave anything open that should be closed or close anything that should be open, and doing it on the fly is a little bit difficult. I'm going to look real quick, Commissioner, at the lease that's in the file right now to see if there's anything that satisfies your concern that you're raising at this point. If you could give me about a minute or two, you can go back to discussing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
While you're doing the research, Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as a longtime person who's written and negotiated a lot of leases, And you know already my position about this billboard or sign, and I'm not in favor of it. But however, the lease has expired. We are under no obligation to renew a lease. They might be able to sue us because, as Mr. Edwards said, anybody can sue anybody about anything. That being said, if the lease is expired, like many folks that we deal with on a regular basis around here on renting apartments, many folks have their rents increased when the lease expires, and they have to pay more if they want to stay there. So if you really, 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 really have to do this, why don't you make some money at it? You know, I guarantee this billboard company is making a lot more than $1,700 a month. So maybe we should find out what the market rate for the leases are. If you really have to do this, first of all, I think it should be gone. But if you really have to do it, why don't we do it smart and find out what the lease was really worth on the open market? That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Crump is wanting, did you want to say anything?
Sure, if I may, I can address that. We did enter into negotiations for this lease. $1,750 was negotiated per month. Just to put that into perspective, that's $21,000 a year. The most recent, the other billboard lease that came in front of this board in May is $4,000 annually.
Mm-hmm.
So we recognized that this billboard, obviously being in the city of Reno, with the billboard, new billboard ban, there's, we didn't want to leave any money left on the table.
So it might be undervalued now then. It's $1,700 a month if you say another one is worth $4,000. I'll tell you another good source to find out what this billboard is worth is ask the county assessor. They've got values on all the billboards in the county. Yeah. And I think they've got a pretty good idea what the market value is. And maybe we're not charging enough if you really, really, really have to have it.
Yeah. And just for clarification, it's $21,000 a year for this billboard, this lease. That's what's being proposed. The other one that this board approved was $4,000 annually.
I understand that.
Okay.
But don't you see the difference? Would you rather have $4,000 a month, or would you rather have $17,000?
No, he's saying a year.
$4,000 a year?
It's
Oh, a year.
$4,000
Okay,
a
very
year.
good. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
But again, I haven't studied the billboard market, but I know who has. That's the assessor's office. You probably find out real quick what a billboard of that size, with that traffic count, it's all based on traffic count. It's based on size, visibility. There's lots of factors that add to value. And so if Lamar is telling you that that's what they want to pay, doesn't necessarily mean that's the market rate, is all I'm suggesting. Thank you.
Here, I have found the provision, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
if
DA
you will.
Edwards.
Paragraph 5, in the middle of course, in the middle of paragraph 5, there's a sentence that says, at the termination of the lease, lessee agrees to restore the surface of the premises to its original condition.
Yes,
so the
I
lease
thought it was,
does put the duty on the lessee, which is the sign owner, to restore the condition once the lease is over.
Great. Okay. Any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Andrilla, I'm so sorry. I forgot to get back to you.
That's okay. It's a lively discussion.
It is.
404 about signs. So I just want to get this point of clarification. So the $1,750 was negotiated by the county. That was the proposed amount and that's per month, versus the other existing agreement that is $4,000 per year. So where did you come up with the $1,750?
Well, we shot for more.
Oh,
honest,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
We knew this billboard, given its location, was valuable. This is an area that we're not familiar with either, but we had some open discussions with Lamar. They base it on a percentage of their income. If you go to Lamar's website, they kind of have the cost associated with billboards based on the size of their billboard. So we were able to kind of do our analysis and feel like this is the best we could do. We could certainly go back to the drawing board given this conversation, but that's as far as staff got.
I can tell you that if this were a new billboard, I would have a different opinion. The billboard, that the placement is amongst I love Northern Nevada, so I'm trying to be careful with my words because all part of Northern Nevada is beautiful. Some places are more beautiful than others. And this may not be as scenic as some of the other beautiful locations that we don't want to have obstructed. It is owned by Lamar. That, from a business perspective, I'm close to saying, can we just go to 2,500, see what happens? No, but it is a substantial amount of money, and I think that they own it. I think it's unusual circumstances. It isn't asking for a brand new one to be constructed, which I think the sediment may be in opposition if I'm reading the room correctly. If this were a new one, I would not be as open to moving forward, but this is owned by someone else. It has a history of inheriting it. It's not going to be in the way in any operational way. There is an exit clause like there always is in any contract in the event that there is something that does have, we need that particular part of the property, so we could exercise that, and it's generating revenue at an exponential rate compared to the previous agreement that we have in place to benefit the county. And then to Commissioner Herman's point about even ensuring that we don't have it be in it needs to be in a professional looking shape so it doesn't turn into a sign that is not going to be appreciated by the other signs that are all around it in that location, because I too drive by that. So I know that's why I don't think any of us can answer how many signs. There's a lot of signs in that area. So I just really appreciate you going through and negotiating us at a rate that can really generate additional funding for us. But I still am going to, move forward with this. If it were in a different location with different circumstances, it may be a different position. But given all the information that we've been provided, and the legal clarification that DA Edwards has provided, I really appreciate you spending all the time to explain all of that too, by the way, so thank you.
Vice Chair Herman?
I guess what might lighten the load is probably this is a future graveyard for signs, but because they won't be there forever.
No, exactly. Great point.
Madam Chair, I'm happy
yes.
to make a motion. If
Okay, right. Just one moment. Okay. Commissioner Clark has a comment, and then I would love to take your motion. Okay.
I just wanted one more clarification from Mr. Edwards. We don't own the sign. We've never owned the sign. This is a ground lease, isn't it? This is a ground lease that allows them to put this sign on our property. That's all this is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if they're leasing the ground there, do they have the right on this new contract in the future to put another sign there, a bigger sign, a taller sign, an electronic sign? What we have today, is that going to be from now until their lease runs out in 3 to 5 years or whenever you said it was? I mean, they're leasing just the footprint there. Can they put a big, taller tower there? Can they put a different billboard or sign there, a different style? And lastly, are they allowed to put cell phone towers on the top of it? That's the big moneymaker in a lot of these places, is the sign is one thing, but the cell phone towers on the top of it, are they prohibited from doing that with all the little antenna up at the top? If you look over not too far from there, if the next time you're in that area, by Walmart on the tribal land, they've got a big giant cell tower on the top of their billboard on tribal land. So just a question. Thank you.
Let me back up to the first part. The way I read the item and the lease that's on the table is that it is specific to the sign that is already there. It is not a blank check for them to construct other signs on those premises. So that's the way I interpret these materials that are in front of you today. On the question about the cell tower, that's one I don't have an answer for you as I'm sitting here right now. We have a whole series of and I think Reno does too, code provisions on the locations of cell towers. Usually they require special use permits in order to do that, which entails discretion for the permitting body. And there's also a lot of provisions in federal law that have truncated local government's ability to stop cell towers from being put in places, and that's because they know that they're unpopular, but they want to have a robust communication network, and so they've enacted a bunch of rules that essentially say, local governments, we're tying your hands to a large degree with respect to where you can put cell towers, because we want there to be cell towers and we know they're unpopular. So that comes into play. How those two would, what the confluence of those two would be in an actual application, I don't know. I don't know. I have not done an analysis of that sitting here right now, so I can't answer the second part of that.
Thank you. Just questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
There's a lot of good questions, a lot of good discussion. That's a very popular 200 square foot piece of land we have in Washoe County. And I kind of wish this agenda item was about like a county-wide ban on political campaign signs, because that would be a really fun conversation to have too. But I just want to go ahead and make a motion to approve the sign location lease for an outdoor advertising structure between Washoe County and Lamar, retroactive to June 1st, 2023 for a 36-month term with the option to renew for 24 additional months as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you. Do we have a second? I will second it. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay, I stand with scenic Nevada.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion passes 4-1. We are now done with our public hearings, and we will move into item 13, public comment.
Public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments that will be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Scott Finley, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Please enter my comment into the record pursuant to NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County, and I have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field. So earlier in the meeting, there was a PowerPoint presentation given to you about sustainability by Brian Beffert, and in it, it mentioned that there would be lower energy costs, and our carbon emission goals are pretty much that can be achieved. And the thing is that's not true, because if you look at the gasoline and the diesel prices, they're pretty high. They used to be cheaper, but it's getting higher, and it keeps getting higher. Another thing that was stated was that the number of coal plants in the U.S. has decreased. Well, maybe that is true, but at the same time, that doesn't even matter, because the solar power panels are being manufactured in China. Those are what we're using, and their coal power plants are increasing. On top of that, all the pollution that China is doing, it's crossing the Pacific Ocean and coming over to the West Coast. So even though we don't have the coal power plants producing the pollution with the arsenic and everything, and the lead and so on, it's still where we're getting it, or at least a portion of it. Now, it was stated that I guess the data that's being used is from N0, which I haven't looked into that company, but I highly doubt that their data is taking that into account, which even if they did take that into account, China's notorious for fabricating their data. So if our carbon emission goals are contingent on China's honesty, we cannot reach our carbon emission goals. That's impossible to do. But ultimately, what I believe should be happening is our focus should not be on carbon emissions. It should be on diversification of the energy supply. So we shouldn't just be focusing on wind power, solar power, things of that nature. We should also be focusing on gasoline, on diesel, and get the prices down. So in addition, with the talk about carbon emission reductions, we have a situation in Swan Lake where there's dangerous levels of PFAS, arsenic, and medical waste being dumped. I think that should be more of a priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Lowe, followed by William Naylor.
For the record, Cliff Lowe. So this is typical, this is part of the South Valleys area plan, but this is typical of any of the planning areas is what they're called now, priority principles and policies. This is pretty straightforward. I don't think it would be confusing to anybody as to how it applies. Here is what comes before it. It includes the vision statement and existing and desired conditions snapshot. What role does that play in how the staff administers the new master plan and changes the development code, how potential applicants would look at it, how the planning commission would interpret it? I don't know. So here's where now, this next agenda item is where the rubber hits the road. I think more than one commissioner should ask for an agenda item, perhaps even the chair, should schedule an agenda item soon to address this, because as soon as the Regional Planning Commission does their agency does their thing, it's in effect. But this isn't just me saying this. I have an email here that Mr. Young promptly provided us yesterday. I'm going to read from this email. I don't have a copy for you. I had technical problems at 12:30 this morning. It says, we also do not have any language instructing people how to use the master plan, and in particular, how to consider and utilize the character statements. And character statements, he's talking about these vision and existing and desired condition snapshot, because there's nothing. That's character statements were in the old master plan. I'm not doing anything out of context here. I ask you to trust me for that. The intent is that the whole plan, including the graphics and character statement, should be included in the consideration of whether an application, quote, conforms to the master plan, unquote. We will make it clear going forward that this should be the case. We also believe an extra section in Chapter 1 entitled, How to Use This Plan should be added to the next update, where we can be more clear about findings of conformance. When's the next update going to be? Please don't wait for that update. Get an agenda item, find out from the planning people, should this be an amendment to the plan even before perhaps it gets approved by the regional planning agency? Is this an amendment to development code? How to use the plan that you have approved and you've put forward again today, how to do it so that all the users, including the Planning Commission and ultimately you folks, know what's intended for this. Please put this on the agenda soon for your benefit as well as that of the people you represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Naylor, followed by Gary Schmidt.
For the record, William Naylor. I'm going to get my 9 minutes in today. Believe it or not, I'm kind of glad you passed the development code. It had to be done. There's really work to be done with it, but it did have to be there for things to function. Commissioner Andriola, you asked one question, how long they took to develop the master plan working with the public, and the answer was 3 years. You didn't ask the second question, was how long did they take working with the public to approve the development code or prepare it? The answer is 0. The only time we saw the development code was 5 days before the Planning Commission acted on it. There was no time to reconcile the master plan to the development code, which is why we're talking about omissions here. The omissions can be in either document. It doesn't have to be the development code. It doesn't have to be the master plan. The point is, you couldn't compare the two to make sure that everything got moved across that should have, that it was properly worded, so on and so forth. You know, I tried to be positive when I was speaking to you before about the steps we could take to try to resolve the fact that there was lack of proper review in this process. And please consider the suggestions that I made seriously. This is, believe me, I've been doing this for 45 years. This is going to bite you in the butt if you don't act. Believe me.
Thank you.
Gary Schmidt.
For the record, Gary Schmidt, under NRS 241.0351 subset D, I request that the substance and detail of all my comments today under public comments be included in the minutes in detail, and that all my exhibits be included in the minutes and travel with the minutes in perpetuity. I respect the comments made by Christy Evans about the housing and commercial properties in Gerlach earlier today. I don't substantially disagree with her factual presentation, but I adamantly disagree that the application of the GID currently scheduled to be heard by the Commission next week will solve or address any of the issues. Quite to the contrary, the application is illegal and in violation of their charter and state law, and is just going to lead to protracted litigation. In addition, the GID application is not compliant with the character statement of the GID of Gerlach in the master plan. See page 2 of High Desert Area Master Plan. Also, the surplus property owned by the GID should be sold as provided by law, and then the private market could address the needs of housing, commercial, and otherwise in Gerlach. Ms. Evans has said she works for the school district and can't find housing. She may not know, but the school district owns 6 or 7 lots adjacent to the school in Gerlach that were donated to them years ago for the express purpose of housing for their employees. Those lots are still vacant. Additionally, if the GID would get the 18 acres that's the subject of the proposed application to the market as currently zoned, it would provide 54 additional 1/3 acre residential lots for development in a community that just has slightly over 100 residential lots to begin with. That would be a 50% increase in residential lots in Gerlach. Also, I have a plan moving forward that has an additional 16 acres. As far as commercial activities, she is correct that there is an abundance of undeveloped commercial property and vacant undeveloped property in Gerlach. But my 60 years experience in both commercial and residential development emphatically proclaims that the reason that there are not more actual commercial activities in Gerlach is because the community is only around 150 people. Gerlach Empire, with 150 residents, already has a full-service restaurant, 2 snack shops, a grocery market that includes hardware and auto supplies, 2 gas stations, 1 auto repair facility, a laundromat, 4 bars, an information center that sells gifts, a motel with apartments, and lots of temporary businesses during Burning Man. What do you expect in a community of 150 people? A Walmart and a Home Depot? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move to item 14. Mr. Manager.
Item 14 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Mr. Manager, do you have anything for us?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to do more than request, but I don't know. It hasn't had very good action taken on it, and that is my election integrity bill. And I am going to be very disappointed if this time I don't get any action on it. So I don't want to be disappointed, and neither do a lot of people in this county. Number one, that was it. And then I would like to put together some kind of maintenance agreement for road maintenance and the gravel road and dirt roads that are in the northern part of this county. And I'd like to have us look into using our PILT money for that purpose, because I know that that's the reason why we're getting PILT money is because we have a lot of land that goes through, that these roads go through and supplies access to their ranches and even over into California. So I think that we should be able to put a bill through like that. Is there any question on that, our legal advisor? I think we should be able to use, can we do some study on that and find out if we can use that for that purpose? And not today, but just get back to me.
Are you asking about a funding mechanism for dirt roads in the county? Yeah, I mean, that's the type of thing that, generally speaking, is something that the county commission could do, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'd like for us to work on that. Mr. Manager, can we do that? And then I think maybe, I don't understand how planning and master plans and all this work. I've studied it as far as being in real estate and that sort of thing. But I'd really like to see us kind of revisit the master plan and see if we can, before it's totally out there being used, to study it and make sure that we have it right. I feel like we have some missing links there. And so if we could figure out a way to put some heads together and make sure that we've done the right job there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything? Okay, Commissioner Andriola. Oh, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to salute Mr. Naylor and Mr. Lowe. They both live in my district. They volunteer their time. They study this. They just want what's best for the people, and I think it's wise to listen to somebody who spends a lot of time studying this. None of us, I don't think, up here on the dais have studied it as much as these two gentlemen, and they've got some valid points, and we should take their information into consideration moving forward. When Mr. Naylor asked the question about, or made the comment about how long did the public get to look at this after it was completed, and the answer was 0. Well, that tells a lot. We've only got half the equation here. We need to put the other half of the equation together and protect the citizens of this county and protect the property owners of this county from potential lawsuits and other things that'll pop up. I mean, the type of things that we can prevent now by doing this the right way. And I want to be on the record to say we need to fix this if it needs to be fixed, or studied it more, and make sure that we don't have something to come back and bite us at a later date. So I salute you, gentlemen, for doing what you do. And thank you for spending your full day here trying to help us understand what we voted on. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Herman, I just wanted to say I really appreciate all your help today during the meeting.
I hope
you did great. I didn't get to watch all of it as I was coming in, but I watched some of it, and I think you did great. Thank you so much for your leadership. I really appreciate it. I love working with you. I got your new election resolution. The DA's office will review it, and we'll go through the same process we did last time. Okay, review both of them. Oh, I see. The second one, A and B. Got it. And then I'm wondering, Mr. Manager, on without stepping into an open meeting law issue, but when we bring back the gravel road discussion and sustainable funding, can we bring back the discussion of sustainable funding of all county roads? Because I think that is the real issue we have going on, and it may be an opportunity to talk about GST again. There just may be some other things that we need to look at with that. So we may have an opportunity to have a good, robust discussion on that. So any other commissioner comments before we, yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate a point that I made at the October 24th meeting and really look at, as we're moving forward with planning for the upcoming year, that we look at the possibility of the regionalization of the sewer and wastewater treatment facilities. I've mentioned it several times, and I just wanted to mention it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Absolutely. Big stuff ahead of us. So with that, with a wonderful meeting that we just had, thank you all for your time and your efforts. We are adjourned.